Amen. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'd like to thank Evelyn Perry for the opening guiding words. Colleagues, before we get going, I'd just like to reiterate that during question and answer period, if we could be succinct with our questions and succinct with our answers, that would be greatly appreciated moving forward. Thank you. Minister statements. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day. The landing at Normandy was a turning point of the Second World War. As Premier and as a Canadian, I honor the sacrifice of all those who served in this war, the ultimate sacrifice of all those who lost their lives in the conflict, and the memory of the veterans who have passed on in the years since. While I was not able to join the Canadian delegation for the commemoration ceremony taking place at Juno Beach today, I am grateful for the efforts of all participating nations to ensure the lessons learned through the last Great War and through the individual sacrifice of so many are never forgotten. N.W.T. residents have long served in similar capacities through times of peace and conflict, and today I wish to honor our own veterans, as well as our friends and neighbors who are currently serving, including those stationed at Joint Task Force North and with the Canadian Rangers. While many veterans are no longer with us, the memory of their service and sacrifice echoes through the generations. May that remembrance continue to guide us, lest we forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Minister statements. Minister of ITI.
Mr. Speaker, art is powerful and art is beautiful, but it is far more than a thing of beauty. Art is a personal, local, and global connector. It connects people to themselves, to one another, and to people living across the world. Further, it connects us to culture, land, and elders, and it is critical to our well-being and to our shared and individual histories. Art is a conduit of healing. Art is foundational to how we educate our children, preserve traditions, feed community wellness, and build a strong and independent territory. The art sector plays a valuable role in the N.W.T, not only for its own sake, but also by upholding a diverse economy that provides artists with employment choices and income opportunities. With such a vast territory, artists are supported across all disciplines, from fine craft to jewelry, from spoken and written word to film productions, all of which are enjoyed by residents and visitors alike. As part of our mandate, this government committed to making GNWT programs and services more accessible to NWT residents through person-centered approaches that prioritize ease of access for residents over ease of administration. The decision to realign the various programs that serve the arts sector so that they are housed in one place within the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment is one way to deliver on this promise. This action brings supports for NWT artists of all types under one department for a single point of contact rather than spread between staff at different departments. I expect this work to build more capacity to deliver arts programs and result in a better service experience for all artists. Artists will no longer need to navigate multiple government departments to access funding, resources, and assistance. To ensure a smooth transition for artists and staff, the Department of Education, Culture and Employment, along with Industry, Tourism and Investment, are developing a structured change management process that ensures the full transfer of knowledge and processes. The departments are committed to advancing this change with input from all staff while maintaining open communication. Mr. Speaker, this shift excites me not only as it creates an easy-to-access single-service window for resident artists, but also because it allows the government to more effectively leverage the economic opportunities presented to the arts sector. The arts sector represents a significant component of Northwest Territories' economy. Cultural industries added up to over 100 million in gross domestic product in 2022. This number is likely an underestimate to the extent that some people involved in arts and culture do not formally identify as artists. Promoting the arts within a unified voice is expected to create more opportunities for artists to showcase their creativity to the world. Indigenous artists are gaining recognition and demand worldwide as they reach new audiences and sell their work to new consumers online. The film sector in particular has great potential to bring the North to the world and the world to the North, and shows the linkages between arts and tourism. Partnerships between artists and the tourism sector can lead to innovative cultural experiences for visitors, while collaborations with the film industry can promote the N.W.T as a filming destination. Such strategic collaborations will maximize the economic and cultural impact of the arts sector in our territory, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by placing supports for artists in one spot, our government is empowering our public service to provide flexibility to deliver programs and services that work for residents. I look forward to sharing more details on these changes later this year. As we move forward, let us reaffirm our commitment to championing our arts sector to reach its full creative, cultural, and economic potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of ITI. Colleagues, before we get into the next minister statement, I'd like to recognize Major Karen Hoff and her husband, Alan Hoff, and welcome to our assembly here. Thank you very much for being here. Minister statements. Minister for Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I recently had the opportunity to address the Northwest Territories Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists at their annual Professional Development Symposium. The theme for this year's symposium was Building a Resilient North, which underscores a collective commitment to overcoming challenges and fostering innovative solutions for a sustainable future for residents. Today, I want to highlight the pivotal role that strategic infrastructure plays in securing the future prosperity of the Northwest Territories. The strength of our economy and our future prosperity depend on reliable supply chains supported by critical infrastructure. This includes roads, rail lines, ports, ferries, pipelines, airports, and electricity transmission infrastructure, all essential for transporting goods, services, and materials to both domestic and international markets. As we build for tomorrow, it is crucial that we leverage the best standards, tools, and technologies to create infrastructure that meets both present and future needs. With this in mind, the Government of the Northwest Territories is committed to maximizing federal funding to help close the infrastructure gap, with investments in green power generation and transmission, transportation, and communications networks. Transformative infrastructure projects such as the all-season Mackenzie Valley Highway, the expansion of the Charlton Hydroelectric Facility, and airport updates and expansions are significant contributors to the stability of the Northwest Territories economy. Enhancing our all-season highway system remains a top priority. The Department of Infrastructure currently maintains 3,856 kilometres of highways, with nearly 2,500 of those kilometres being all-season roads, half gravel and half chip seal or asphalt. Our road network includes 115 bridges, 247 bridge culverts, and more than 3,000 smaller culverts, as well as 4 ferry crossings. This summer, infrastructure staff will be busy with over 20 roadway projects in various stages of completion, including access road construction, multiple highway development projects, and bridge and culvert expansion and construction. We are nearing the completion of Phase 1 of the Prohibition Creek Access Road near Norman Wells, which will further strengthen our transportation system in addition to providing employment and training opportunities for Sawtoo residents. During peak construction, the contractor hired 95 workers, 61 from the Sawtoo and 12 from other Northwest Territories regions. Mr. Speaker, we continue to advance strategic infrastructure projects such as the Mackenzie Valley Highway and the Slave Geologic Province Corridor. Strong relationships with Indigenous governments and organizations are central to the success of these transformative projects, and we continue to work together on their advancement. The analytical phase of the Mackenzie Valley Highway environmental assessment is currently underway, with technical and community information sessions anticipated this summer and fall. We remain on pace for a final report of environmental assessment in 2025, and we also have extensive fieldwork and engagement planned for this summer, which will inform future regulatory applications for the Lockhart All-Season Road the first phase of the Slave Geological Province Corridor project. In addition to new roads, we are undertaking necessary repairs to cables on the Dutchell Bridge and are progressing the planning and design of highways and bridges and culverts, including the Decca French Channel Bridge replacement. Mr. Speaker, waterways like the Mackenzie River and Great Slave Lake have long been vital for transporting people and goods. Despite challenges such as low water levels, Marine Transportation Services and the Fuel Services Division are adapting and planning to ensure essential resupply to northern communities. The ongoing Hay River Harbor Restoration Project is a testament to our commitment to maintain these crucial transportation routes. I am pleased to share that dredging operations began as scheduled on June 3rd, and approximately 80,000 cubic meters of sediment are expected to be removed from the harbor by mid-September. Extreme weather events linked to climate change, including wildfires, floods, low water levels, volatile wind, wave action, and changing Arctic Ocean ice pack have interrupted the supply of fuel to communities in the Northwest Territories. In an effort to minimize the impacts of these supply interruptions, the N.W.T continues to explore funding opportunities with Canada to increase bulk fuel storage capacity of diesel, aviation, and gasoline fuels in Sax Harbor, Ulahuktuk, and Paulatuk. These projects will be critical to modernize, improve, and expand fuel storage facilities and to mitigate risks to the environment and achieve code compliance, and when completed, would allow for the storage of 2 years of normal fuel consumption in each community. The future prosperity of the Northwest Territories hinges on our commitment to build and maintain strategic infrastructure. Last year's evacuations and re-entries across the Territory highlight the paramount importance of access and transport by air, road, and water. The N.W.T's ongoing investment in transportation infrastructure aims to improve residents' peace of mind, quality of life, lower living costs, and support economic expansion and diversification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Infrastructure. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when a person learns they have cancer, their world turns upside down. In just one moment, they find themselves in the fight of their lives. Thankfully, in Canada, we have a universal public health care system that is always there to connect cancer patients with the medical professionals they need. Unfortunately, in the North, that connection of doctor to patient is a bit more complicated. We can't offer every specialized treatment that Southern Canadians take for granted, and while that's not ideal, the added travel for medical care is a fact of life for Northerners. However, there's a growing trend of health and social services becoming too reliant on Southern-based medical services instead of working to keep as many of those services available here as possible. This burdens more patients with medical travel, increases service delivery costs, and adds pressure on the cooperation between Northern and Southern medical systems. This is a recipe for disaster, Mr. Speaker, diminishing the quality of care and increasing stress on patients. It should be no surprise, then, we have ended up in a dire situation when we are faced with regarding hematology-oncology services. With apparently little notice, these services were suddenly relocated to Alberta effective May 1st, forcing blood cancer patients to travel constantly in and out of the Northwest Territories for blood work and chemotherapy. I have been in contact with Range Lake constituents, including one suffering from multiple myeloma, who expressed the anxiety and strain this has caused on her and her family. Apparently, this is because medical service providers in Alberta have grown concerned and frustrated with challenges to obtaining timely and accurate blood work from Yellowknife, coupled with an inability to access these results through the patient network. There are at least 7 other Northerners suffering from multiple myeloma, and they have received no timeline as to when these services will be repatriated. What are these patients left to do, Mr. Speaker, besides move out of their homes to be closer to the life-saving treatment they need? Situations like these are urgent and require not only an immediate fix, but also a serious review of the circumstances that have brought us to this place. I hope the Minister has a plan to support the well-being of cancer patients across the North. I'll be asking her that later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Range Lake. Member statements. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to congratulate the 2024 high school graduating class of the Inuvik East Tree Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, this year's ceremony is extra special for me as my son will be among the graduating class. I would like to thank the incredible staff at East 3 Secondary School, and I would like to congratulate the families and mentors who helped the grade 12 students accomplish this milestone in their lives. Mr. Speaker, there are 27 students graduating this year, and they are Andy Albert, Livia Amos, Kyra Britanna, Casey Campbell, Jared Day, Mila Eldridge, Isabel Firth Gruben, Sienna Gordon, Hope Gordon Thrasher, William Inglangasuk, Tamara Kaglik, Kaylin Keotuk, Derek Lenny Ipana, Zayden Mering, Samantha McCarthy Adams, Rowan McGinnis, Tatum Mistaken Chief, Drayden Natsy, Chase Nogasak, Sammy Raman, Will Rogers, Bianca Rogers, Alexandria Rubin, Charlie Snowshoe, Connor Van Loon, Race Vitterqua Blake, and Ryland Wayman. Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to congratulate all these students. I'd like to let the Speaker know and the House know that I will be absent from the House tomorrow to travel home to Inuvik to attend the ceremony and give an address to the students on Saturday, June 8th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Newfoundland, member statements. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am concerned about the cost of food in my riding. Access to healthy, nutritious food is essential for everyone. Nutrition North is a program of the Government of Canada. In 2011, it replaced the Food Mail program. The Nutrition North program provides a subsidy to retailers and wholesalers for the overall cost of food, which is transferred to the customer when they purchase eligible items. It does not subsidize the transportation of food yet, Mr. Speaker. We know that transportation of food is a significant cost to stocking grocery store shelves in the N.W.T. In my riding, Acknowledgements is eligible year-round for subsidization under Nutrition North. However, Fort McPherson and Sigachik are eligible only during periods of seasonal isolation. Yet, Mr. Speaker, in order to supply food to the grocery stores in my communities, it first has to travel 3,200 kilometers from Edmonton to Inuvik. This is the longest food supply road network anywhere in Canada. And from Inuvik, it still has to get to the Mackenzie Delta communities. Food is expensive, and yet many residents in my region are on income support. The average family in my riding earns $50,000 less than the average N.W.T family. Paying for nutritious, healthy food is essential to our well-being, and this is something that many families can't afford in my region. In the mandate of the 19th Assembly, the government said that it will work with the Indigenous and community governments to make recommendations for improvement to the Nutrition North program. The Legislative Assembly also approved a motion for the GNWT to create a food security strategy. I will have questions for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investments later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Mackenzie Delta. Member statements. Member from Mofley.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll do this in Clicho for the intro. Di eyegosa hunt iwik ehotsa hunt eyegosa ninde akoni de sakha nit sakha nitla hunda na kyage ilehi gidze hotle hunte ita in senet on Clicho region sakha gigamasi de hunte nitla kunaget ehi Nisi netla kwagint it's nisi sakatu here lageda hotla lageda so di highway ginde hunte Chief Jimmy Bruno to school edzo egoto wati to Mezi Community School it's a Jinwa Tradi School gamitie Nisi netla kwat itini de gutso attendance nisi ninde What a go he hunzingo unda saka giga indagora. Mr. Speaker, June is the month of high school graduations. On behalf of the Clecho region, I want to congratulate all students graduating high school, especially those graduating from Chief Jimmy Bruno School in Edzo, Menzi Community School in N.W.T, and Jean Waitrati School in N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, I believe that in general, all youth who graduate high school likely had good attendance throughout their schooling. It is sad that our territorial budget for some schools is decreasing due to low attendance rate. We had this attendance issue before COVID. We know that many families are still dealing with the trauma from residential school. Some hesitate to send their children to school. To overcome this fear, our government and school system must break free from colonialism and move forward. We were forced, now it is our choice. Mr. Speaker, the only job for young people is to be in school, learn new things every day, and work hard to pass and move to the next level. With good attendance, there are many opportunities for people. With good attendance, a child can learn to read by grade 2 or earlier. But in the N.W.T, especially small communities, the literacy statistics are not good. This is at least partially due to poor attendance. Mr. Speaker, we have good schools and staff in the N.W.T who work hard for students to achieve. Teachers are invaluable with special skills to teach youth every day. Elementary school gets young people ready for junior high. Junior high gets them ready for high school. High school, and after high school, it's about growing and experiencing life.
Member from Mofi, your time is up.
Can I have unanimous consent to conclude my statement?
Give unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Seeing no nays, member, you may conclude your statement.
Life after high school is a choice young people must make, whether to pursue higher education, training, work, living life off the grid, or to travel, but traveling requires money to pay for the trips. Mr. Speaker, according to the statistics between 2017 to 2021, small community attendance rate for grade 9 dropped by 10 points from 79 to 69. An even bigger decline is between 2012 to 2021, where small community attendance rate for grade 6 dropped by 21 points from 89 to 68%. That is alarming rate. These are extremely troublesome.
Member from Mofi, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you, member from Mofi. Member from the Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, in my absence in the last couple of days there. I had the privilege and wonderful opportunity of attending the youth workshop in Toledo, sponsored by the Satu Secretariat. Life promotion and harm reduction was the theme of the conference, and to listen to the youth are the future of our territory. Developing our self-independence is fundamentally critical as defining the cultural values and beliefs. Mr. Speaker, in the Northwest Territories, living this reality is visiting and spending time in reference to the small communities. The reality of cost of living far outweigh the recreational and economic opportunities in remote areas of our Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, the last 2 days I attended the youth workshop and experienced many discussions of those small communities and the challenge facing them, in particular in today's society where there's so many addictions and temptations. Mr. Speaker, the Sahtu Secretariat took the lead in addressing the drug addictions by sponsoring this regional leadership addictions gathering in Fort Good Hope in early May last month. In recognition that there's a missing gap, leaders sponsored the youth workshop in Toledo. So the audience and the gathering and the population is all attributing to the developments of the regional strategy. Mr. Speaker, integral to addressing the drug addictions crisis we're experiencing, support and resources to implement the development strategy is the one that's going to really make a difference. Mr. Speaker, as quoted by Winston Churchill, we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. This institution, with the design of this room as a healing circle, stands for a model to support today's society, in particular investment in our youth. Mr. Speaker, Masi Cho for sharing the time for me to address. Masi.
Welcome back. Thank you, member from the Sahtu. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to speak about renewable diesel, which is a very promising clean energy technology that could be a game changer in reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and in helping us keep up with the global shift away from fossil fuel technologies. Roughly 80% of N.W.T emissions come from the use of diesel. Transportation, particularly transport trucks and mining equipment, account for almost half of our emissions. And it's just not realistic to think that we could ever electrify all transportation routes across our remote communities and remote mines in the north. The N.W.T commissioned a modeling study last year which found that if the N.W.T wants to set a goal of net zero, biofuels will be absolutely necessary to get us there. So what is renewable diesel? To be clear, it's not the same as biodiesel. Renewable diesel is diesel made from vegetable oils and fats. It can be used in any existing diesel engine, furnace or boiler. You simply drop it in. No retrofits, no need to buy new equipment or vehicles. You can also blend it in any proportion with conventional diesel fuel. So you can start gradually, mix in small amounts, and every little bit helps to reduce emissions. It was first developed in the 1990s in Finland, and an Arctic grade has already been for sale in Finland since 2016 that can be stored down to -40. Global mining companies are also looking to this technology. De Beers has committed to be carbon neutral across all of its operations by 2030, and it has specifically committed to explore renewable diesel. Renewable diesel does cost more than conventional diesel, but if we compare it to other renewable energy projects we've already undertaken, the cost per ton of reduced emissions is 2 to 8 times lower than solar, LNG, wind, or hydrogrid expansion. The cost has been high because there's been very little production and little demand. But in early 2024, Canada's first renewable diesel refinery opened in Prince George, BC, and another is planned for Strathcona, Alberta. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to conclude my statement. I'm almost finished.
Member from Yellowknife North has asked unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Any nays? No nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Yukon government is already planning pilot projects to evaluate renewable diesel for transport, heating, and power generation by 2025. If we join with them and other partners, such as the large mines, we could create enough demand to start the renewable diesel energy revolution in the north. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree housing is a challenge, and sometimes we have to face the facts that we need to start doing things different by being innovative. Mr. Speaker, we cannot wait for others. That's the hallmark for failure. I say to the N.W.T, to the Premier, it's time to be bold and innovative, because if politicians are acting like bureaucrats, who's leading the public service? Mr. Speaker, let's be fearless and be bold. Let's shake the system up and break free of this mediocrity. Mr. Speaker, stop pumping the brakes on innovation. I'm going to give 2 examples of how we can change the narrative or the story of housing here in the Northwest Territories. For example, Rock Hill, back in October 2018, burned to the ground. It's an unfortunate experience that affected 13 families. Mr. Speaker, that property is essentially sat vacant for years. I say, let's think outside the box, with some conditions based on public good, Mr. Speaker. I say give the property away. Let's be innovative. Let's create proposals and tell industry to come forward. Create an opportunity for people who do design of buildings, create homes, gives opportunities for families to live safely and grow. How could we do this? We could say things like, for example, in our proposal, you must show public good. You must demonstrate a certain amount to, say, public rent that's targeted at people with low incomes. Again, social responsibility. Let's not miss opportunities. That property has been emptied or flat and ready to go for at least the last 5 years. People want that property, Mr. Speaker, to build homes. There's our chance. Mr. Speaker, the second idea, and I want to stress not in isolation without consultation, the N.W.T could swiftly change its rules by eliminating permitting fees for buildings. And I say that because other areas in Canada have waived permit fees to stimulate the economy. The other aspect is automatic approvals. Mr. Speaker, I've got a lot more to say on this one, but time runs quickly on the member statement. But the important part is we need to set up conditions that work to get people building. If a building or property is designed that meets engineering and architectural and, of course, municipal zoning bylaw rules, it should be automatically approved. Mr. Speaker, these are just fresh ideas, but they're not new ideas. Let's be exciting and reach out and solve some of our housing problems by being part of the solution, not part of the problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member from Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was 22 years old when I learned I would soon welcome my first child. I was excited, anxious, eager for the journey to come, but was also terrified because I couldn't keep a plant alive and would soon be trusted to raise a human. And so on the 6th day of the 6th month of the 6th year at 6 minutes to 9, I met Action Jackson. I was in awe of him. He was fiercely independent, terrifyingly fearless, relentlessly curious, and oh so sweet. This past weekend, that baby graduated high school. As we stood for a family photo, him in his cap and gown, he stretched his arms around his dad and I and said, "We made it, guys." For almost 2 decades, we have worked hard to raise one another. Our kids teach us so much, like it's okay to have big feelings, how to be fearless, the importance of staying curious, that being stubborn and assertive can sometimes serve us well, and patience. Dear God, Mr. Speaker, they teach us so much patience. Them simply being them shapes us. As parents, we want our children to be safe, to be kind, and to experience moments of profound, deeply rooted joy. We want them to know it is okay to not know what you want to be when you grow up, as long as you know who you want to be. That how you treat people matters more than what's on your business card, that it's okay to fall off your path, step off your path, or even start building a whole new path. And to always remember that this world needs you in it. I stand here today, 18 years later, still excited, still anxious, admittedly still a little terrified, but oh so eager for the journey that is yet to come. Stay stubborn, stay curious, and stay you. Happy birthday, my boy.
Happy birthday to Jackson. Member statements. Colleagues, you know, every once in a while, you find a person that loves a job and stays there for their whole career. I had a constituent from Fort Liard that did that. Miss Corrine Sassy had spent more than 35 years of dedicated service to the youth of Fort Liard at the Echo Denny School. I can imagine that she's looking forward to her well-deserved retirement. As the principal said, she leaves behind a legacy of unwavering commitment to education, her culture, and tradition. When you look at somebody's employment story, you get a good picture of the person, who that person is. Green began as a student support assistant at Echo-Denny School, where her deep dedication to the academic and personal growth of every student she worked with is evidence. Over the years, she passionately pursued opportunities within the school, eventually rising to the role of the Indigenous language educator. In this role, she was instrumental in preserving and revitalizing the N.W.T language, ensuring the cultural heritage remained an integral part of our education experience. Throughout her career, she touched the lives of countless students, colleagues, and community members with her warmth, knowledge, and tireless advocacy for the Indigenous language and culture. I can tell you her contribution has left an indelible mark on Echo-Denny School and this community, which has helped shape the education landscape for future generations to come. Colleagues, her impact extends far beyond the walls of the Echo-Denny School. In the community, she has fostered cultural pride and identity among the students, providing vital mentorship and support services. Regionally, her efforts have led to a greater recognition and respect for the Denny language and culture, creating a more inclusive learning environment for students across the region. Territorial, she has championed Indigenous education policies and practices, addressed systemic barriers and injustice faced by Indigenous students. As she embarks on her new journey, the whole community of Fort Liard, the Detroit region, and myself, we salute her remarkable contribution to education and the Denny culture. We wish her all the best and enjoy her retirement and new adventures, knowing that her legacy of passion, dedication, and advocacy will continue to inspire us all. Again, I'd like to thank her for her service to the youth, the community, and region, and hope to see you in Liard next time I'm there. Thank you, colleagues. Member statements? Members. Oh, member from Detroit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see constituents in my riding struggling to put food on the table. In the 19th Assembly, the Government of the Northwest Territories committed to working with Indigenous governments and communities to make recommendations to improve the Nutrition North program. In 2021, the list of N.W.T communities eligible for Nutrition North program increased by 5, bringing the total number of communities in the N.W.T to 20. Mr. Speaker, because the communities that represent are along the road system, we are not eligible for the subsidy or grant programs under the Nutrition North program. In 2018, the Bureau of Statistics showed that 26% of households in Fort Providence and 14 of homes in Enterprise are worried there is not enough money to pay for food. Mr. Speaker, we also know income is the biggest determinant of food security. If residents in the N.W.T do not have enough money to pay for food, what subsidies or other financial relief can be provided to help them feed their families? My concern, Mr. Speaker, is that the communities in my riding cannot access federal support programs to reduce the cost of living. There is support available through the federal government, but it's out of reach for my constituents. Is the GNWT advocating to the federal government to consider more N.W.T communities for eligibility under the Nutrition North program? How is the GNWT working with Indigenous leadership to address food security in the N.W.T? I'll have questions for the Minister of ITI later today. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Detroit. Member statements? Member statements. Returns to oral questions, returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize one of my constituents, Nancy Bees, who's not only a Range Lake constituent, but a multiple myeloma survivor. And I'll be asking questions on her behalf today and the others who are suffering from that disease in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. All those other visitors here, we thank you very much for coming to your house and allowing us to represent you here today. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognitions in the gallery. I just got a little note. Colleagues, including myself, please slow down. Sorry about that. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
My computer just died. Sorry, going to the next, my computer just died.
Okay. Member from Rain Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Health clarify the rationale behind Alberta Cancer Care's requirement that all blood cancer patients from the N.W.T travel to Alberta for blood work and treatment? Thank you.
Member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in April, we were notified by Alberta Health Services that effective May 1st, that they would no longer be providing virtual care and allowing for the hematology-oncology patients here in Yellowknife to do their blood work. They, under the standard of practice, they felt that their patients weren't being able to be serviced virtually, and so they made the decision to have all of the patients have to go to Alberta and be serviced through their oncology department. Thank you.
Social Services. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It should come at no shock to anyone that this is a huge imposition on people who require this care. It's stress-inducing. It is jeopardizing their health further, potentially, to make these trips. So what measures is the minister taking to address the concerns raised by blood cancer patients regarding this anxiety, exposure to potential germs, and logistical challenges, and possible job losses associated with frequent travel to Alberta for cancer care? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to, say to the member, as soon as I found this out, this was a priority. This was something that I brought forward, made sure that I had all the information as to what happened, and to direct the department to come up with what the resolution is. And I hear the member. I don't believe that it's, and I've heard from constituents and other constituents of other members that, this is not a sustainable, this for them already having to go through cancer treatment and going through this process, adding on having to travel, some of them, and everybody is different, weekly. This is not sustainable for anybody, and so that I made sure that the department has come up with a plan. The plan is to work with Alberta Health because they are the drivers of what needs to be put in place, and that is being done right now with the department and Alberta Health Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to acknowledge the minister has been responsive to my constituent and the other constituents as well. I'd like to know more of the detailed work with, is this bringing an oncologist to the north? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think what it is there are approximately there's about 50 residents that are impacted and 11 residents receiving active cancer care. All of their plan of cares are different, and so what the ask is that because of the and we've all heard it in this House, the process of transferring blood work and records down to Alberta Health Services, well, their system doesn't speak to our system. That way the oncologists don't have the information, because when we send it down to them, it's not being entered into their system on a timely manner. So what they've done is they've asked to increase, to have a dedicated hematology oncology and to have a dedicated oncology nurse for this program in order for it to be able to resolve the issue and then come up with a plan on how to make sure that we're running it again in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member of Health and Social Service. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you. That sounds like what we need and what we're looking for. What is the timeline for this plan, Mr. Speaker?
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Speaker, and this is the question that I keep asking the department: what is the timeline? This is what I heard from your constituent, from many constituents, is I can't sustain doing this. We cannot, and put aside the medical travel. It's the like the things that you said, that the things that the stress of having to travel. Some people are still working and trying to do this. So there is recruitment, so the Alberta Health will have to recruit an oncologist, and then we will have to recruit an oncology nurse here in the territory to support that oncologist to ensure that this program is up and running again. I have asked to have it done as soon as it can be done, but I cannot push Alberta Health Services on how fast they can go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral question. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you for everyone's patience, and Mr. Speaker. So my questions are for the Infrastructure Minister. Has the Minister looked into what the Yukon is doing in terms of piloting renewable diesel and considered possibilities of working together with the Yukon to get a pilot project off the ground here in the N.W.T? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I have actually reached out myself to my counterpart in the Yukon, Mr. Stryker. We had a brief exchange on what efforts they might be engaged in with respect to renewable diesel. They so far have run into similar challenges as we have here in the Northwest Territories, which is, for one, not being able to find Arctic grade to do a pilot on, or when we find it for a small volume, it is extremely expensive. That said, obviously, Mr. Speaker, if we can band larger numbers together, it would be easier. And so Minister Stryker and I expect we'll speak again about this at EMMC, which is the Energy Mine Ministers of Canada Conference later this summer. Thank you.
Minister of Infrastructure. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the Department of Infrastructure been in touch with potential suppliers, such as the new Tidewater refinery in Prince George, or Imperial Oil, which is starting the refinery in Strathcona, to better understand current supply and pricing for different grades, but also to explain the potential in the N.W.T in terms of our market and our needs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there has been outreach to a number of different suppliers. There was an effort, in fact, to run a pilot, as I alluded to in my last response, but in terms of exactly which suppliers they've reached out to, I don't have a list in front of me. I can say again, though, that the challenge was firstly not even being able to find any supplier. If there are new supplies available, we can certainly go back, make sure that we do have the latest information. I'm happy to commit to do that and to report back. Again, I know I have followed up with the department actually quite recently, and the challenges were still the same, which is what I heard from the Yukon. If there's new options, again, I'll commit to make sure that we are up to speed on the latest availability. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, and thanks for that. I mean, recognizing some of the challenges, has the minister had any conversations with the federal government regarding both the potential to fund renewable diesel projects or ways to incentivize the production of Arctic-grade renewable diesel? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I certainly have not had those kinds of conversations with the federal government, Mr. Speaker, nor can I say really how receptive they would be. The direction that we seem to be getting of late on areas when we do try to push the federal government for some awareness of the continued need for diesel in the Northwest Territories and in the North in general tends to not be one that is received very favorably. So certainly can look at an opportunity to bring that forward, noting the realities of the North and noting the fact that some form of diesel was still going to be around here for quite a long time in terms of our redundancy, if nothing else. So thank you.
Minister Infrastructure. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So has the department had discussions with De Beers or other mining companies about the potential for renewable diesel pilot projects in the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier, as was mentioned earlier, in this government, the member actually had put us in a room together with a number of folks who are in this space, and it came up that De Beers was looking at this, so we have, as the department has reached back out to them. I understand that while that may have fallen off the radar for De Beers, there's been some further conversations now with some of their folks. So, as I said earlier, if there's a larger coalition able to make to look for Arctic grade, not just winter grade and definitely not summer grade, but Arctic grade, it may be that we can A, find some, and B, find some at a better price. So we will continue those conversations with De Beers, possibly other large mines. I'll certainly commit to reporting back to the member on that once we have a sense of whether the situation on this area has changed or not. Hopefully it has. Thank you.
Minister of Infrastructure. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my statement, I talked about trying to be innovative, exciting, and maybe even in some ways courageous about trying to find housing solutions. I did point to two different types of ministers, which is, one could be municipal and certainly one could be housing. But I think I'm going to go to my favorite minister today, which would be the Minister of Housing. I'm saying today. So that said, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to focus in on the area that in my statement that talked about Rock Hill. Mr. Speaker, the reason I specify that and this particular minister is pulling the land titles, which I'm creating economic development. I just spent the $4 to get the title. Mr. Speaker, it says N.W.T. Housing Corp. Or Housing N.W.T. owns the property. Mr. Speaker, does the department have any particular plans with the property at this very moment? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Housing N.W.T. does have plans for the property. They're working with a local NGO, and they've leased the property for the next few years with the local NGO. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out in October 2018, there was that tragedy of the fire, not tragedy if someone died, but the sadness of the fire in general. 33 families have been without a home, Mr. Speaker, and I bet it's been at least 5 years it's been, say, construction ready in the sense of once it was cleaned. Mr. Speaker, would the minister consider the options I proposed in my statement, which is be innovative, give the property away to industry, and have them create a social component that guarantees low cost of living for a certain element? In other words, create a public good opportunity and work with business to get a building built without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Housing N.W.T. is working with the N.W.T. Disabilities Council on a project. They are working on a federal funding arrangement. N.W.T. Disabilities Council is waiting on the proposal and the approval of the project. So we have to give it some time, but we're working in partnership with the N.W.T. Disabilities Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T. Member statement, or minister statement, or try this again, oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Speaker, whatever way you describe it is perfect. That said, Mr. Speaker, my concern is, and this is not a strike against the N.W.T. Disabilities Council, but I would rather see an agency that's designed to create leasing and housing opportunities to the core as their primary business and focus, take the opportunity to create something. So I'm asking the minister, would she perhaps revisit this issue? And I can talk to her more about it, but would she be willing to revisit this issue and maybe create, we'll call it a partnership, where industry works with the Disabilities Council or other types of appropriate NGOs, so we get an effective company or organization that runs it, that's designed, this is their business and format. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be happy to have that conversation with the member, but I would not be able to revisit the issue until I talk to the N.W.T. Disabilities Council and also to the President of the Housing N.W.T. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for N.W.T. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would have obviously hoped for a yes, but and I would have been fine. Is that my last question? But she did say something that has caused me some worry. Is there an agreement or contract or some type of formalization that they automatically get this property? Because I'm worried about not this being the first I've ever heard of it. And so if this has been worked behind the scenes, I'd like to know if this is formal. Is there a contract, an agreement, that type of thing, or anything similar in place at this particular time? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from what I've learned with Housing N.W.T., there is a term lease in place with the N.W.T. Disabilities Council, and they have 4 years on that lease left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible N.W.T. Or Housing N.W.T. Member statement or oral questions. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions will be directed to the Premier. With the high cost of living in the Mackenzie Delta throughout the Northwest Territories, in my region there's the community of Aklavik, who's isolated year-round, and Fort McPherson and Sigachik are seasonally isolated. The Nutrition's North program is set up to help the customer with the prices of food. There are news articles that highlight grocery stores are recording profits while many families in the N.W.T. struggle with food insecurity. Has the N.W.T. advocated for increased reporting under the Nutrition North program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Mackenzie Delta. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will have to get back to the member with that information. That could have occurred in the last government, but I don't have that information at my fingertips. Thank you.
Mr. Premier. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Premier explain what work is happening with the Indigenous governments to address the high cost of food in the N.W.T.? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The N.W.T. has a number of food security programs that support Indigenous governments to help their members go out on the land through the Anti-Poverty Fund. Funds are distributed that go to food security programs, often by Indigenous governments. The N.W.T. provides funding to schools, education bodies, to provide meals in the schools. I can provide the member with a full list of all of our food security initiatives as well as the associated funding amounts, but I don't have that on hand right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the list that's going to be provided. Can the Premier explain the status of the N.W.T. food security strategy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're in the process of assessing all of the strategies that we have here in the Northwest Territories. We have a number of them. Some of them sit on shelves, and they can be very labor intensive to produce, and sometimes they're forgotten about. So we are looking at ways to limit the number of strategies we have and be more strategic with that, and I will get back to the member with an answer to his question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Final supplementary. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Premier explain what supports are available to subsidize transportation costs for food in the North? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'll have to get back to the member on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Member from the Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned in my statement, I had the wonderful opportunity in working and associating and interacting with the youth at the Toledo workshop. The ages were 14 to 18. My question to the Minister of Health and Social Services, and I know we've had some questions previous, but adding to that and targeting to the audience which just recently spoke out, can the Minister supply youth, identify and supply some information on youth support funding sources there? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from the Satu. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Community Wellness and Addiction Recovery Fund is an area where that can be targeted for youth. Also, we do have the Community Suicide Prevention Fund, and that can also be targeted to youth or adults in any communities, and those are currently taking proposals for programs. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from the Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for providing that knowledge. As we always say in the private sector, no funding, no projects. So my next question is, can the Minister share her support on the, once the SSI has developed the drug and addiction strategy for the region, is the Minister willing to support a post-meeting between SSI and her department to look at the implementation of this strategy? Masi.
Satu. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you know, with all of the work that I've been hearing from the member that the Satu is doing to try to provide wellness, and the workshops that they're doing and the collaborating that they're doing, I really commend them for that, because you know we hear so many times that our leadership are not supporting our youth and our residents, and you know here we are, we're trying to work together, and they're working together. So I really appreciate that, and you know I know that we have a bilateral coming up with SSI, and you know I can, if there's further things that they want to with their moving forward with what they want, we do have the as SSI is a regional government, they can provide for multi-year funding. So if they have an action plan, the Community Wellness and Addiction Recovery Fund with the regional governments could apply for multi-year funding agreements to probably, you know, if they want to roll out what they want to target in their region. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister for Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The N.W.T mandate in the 19th Assembly identified that recommendations would be provided to the Government of Canada to make improvements on the Nutrition North program. Can the Minister commit to providing this House the recommendations that were provided to the Government of Canada for Nutrition North program? Merci. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Decho. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll see what I can dig up from the last Assembly and provide it to the member. Thank you.
Member from Decho.
Thank you, and I look forward to that. Is the Minister aware of any further changes or improvements to the Nutrition North program to include other communities in the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, member from the Decho. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Nutrition North is, of course, a federal program, and they are currently undergoing an internal review. And so I am not aware of any changes that they may be making as a result of that review, but I look forward to the results. Thank you.
Premier. Member from Decho.
Thank you. And the Nutrition North program also provides grants for harvesters support and community food programs, but none of my communities are eligible for these programs. Has the N.W.T advocated the Government of Canada to increase the eligibility of N.W.T communities for these grant programs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Decho. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will have to get back to the member on if there's been any official level discussions on this. Thank you.
Final supplementary. Member from Decho.
Thank you. Can the Minister Premier describe how the GNWT is working with Indigenous leaders in my riding to address food security? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from the Decho. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There haven't been formal conversations between myself and Indigenous leaders, but food security is obviously an issue across the North. At the Council of Leaders, there's very much an interest in the economy, which, as was stated before, a good income goes a long way to ensuring food security. And so that's part of the interest in that area. But I look forward to having further conversations with Indigenous leaders on this. Thank you.
Premier. Oral questions. Member from Mofi.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like what Mr. Hawkins said, to my favorite minister of ECE, but housing is still my favorite. So, Mr. Speaker, so this is for the ECE. Mr. Speaker, as I said in my member statement, attendance rates in small communities for junior kindergarten to grade 12 is on a downward trend when you look at the data over the last 10 years. Aside from COVID-19, can the minister explain the reasons why school attendance rates are trending downward? Thank you.
Mofi. Minister for Education, Culture and Employment. ECE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, attendance has long been a concern for education bodies across the territory and have put in different mechanisms to try to address attendance over the years, but as the member stated in her statement today, there is definitely a huge concern for attendance across the territory in today's world as well. And so this is really a situation and a challenge that is going to have to be addressed not only by teachers, principals, education bodies, but by communities as a whole and by a territory as a whole. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Mofi.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain what efforts that, I'm going to hope she will answer it's going to be the same thing, but what efforts that Department of ECE has done over the years to help increase and maintain attendance rates of schools, particularly in small communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Mofi. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, different education bodies have used different tactics because they see their challenges as being unique in communities across the territory. All of our schools have food programs to try and incentivize youth to come to school for that reason. Some education bodies send buses around the communities to pick students up from their home and bring them to the school. And of course, teachers have come up with unique ways to try and incentivize attendance in schools, and that can be anything from choosing subjects that are important to students. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Mofi.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain if the department has any plan moving forward to help increase attendance rates in schools, especially in the small community? Thank you.
Member from Mofi. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to the member that this is a holding topic at meetings with the education bodies, with the chairs across the territory, and is frequently discussed. Mr. Speaker, I can also confirm for the member that this is something that is very important to me, because it doesn't matter how much money we invest in education. If students aren't attending school, then we cannot improve our education outcomes as a territory. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment. Final supplementary, member from Mophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister commit to provide more departmental resources to and work closely with district education authorities and divisional education councils across the N.W.T to help increase attendance rates in small communities? Thank you.
From Mophie, Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commit to working with education bodies to understand how I can support their needs to improve attendance across the territory. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment. Oral questions? Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week, the Standing Committee on Social Development had received a presentation from an academic on universal basic income, which was, I think, informative for many members. This is something I've long been supportive of. One way we could make it work in the Northwest Territories is through a resource dividend. This is something they do in Alaska, something that we could make work and have an easy way of funding and providing financial relief to everyone in the Northwest Territories. Is the Minister of Finance open to exploring this idea in this chamber today? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if I'm understanding correctly, I'm being asked if we would have a universal basic income, which a universal basic income means it's an amount paid to every single person, regardless of their income status, regardless of their personal household income, wealthy or otherwise, and that would then come from, of course, government coffers. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that universal basic income and guaranteed basic income are not necessarily the same thing. So let's start the conversation and make sure that we are talking about the same thing. Everyone, regardless of income, getting some money from the government, just cuz. Thanks.
Minister of Finance. Member from Range Lake.
I believe I'm being asked a question, Mr. Speaker, so I'll clarify. A resource dividend would be paid out to everyone in the Northwest Territories, just like they have in Alaska. That's done through interest. Is the minister willing to make changes to the Heritage Fund so we can extract interest from our investments and pay it out to Northerners? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want to have a discussion. That means questions back and forth. Well, if we're going to do that, Mr. Speaker, right now, I think it's also well known, we have really 3 large diamond mines that provide all of the royalties in the Northwest Territories, one of which is on the verge of closure. The other 2 are staying open for now, but it's been pretty clear and said many times here that shelf life is coming due fairly quickly. So in terms of what we do with that resource income, firstly, it's not perhaps as big as I would like it to be, but secondly, it is one of the very few own source revenues that we have in the Northwest Territories. Now, as for what Alaska is doing, there's an awful lot of difference in terms of the regulatory space, political space, financial space, economic space, population space. So I'm not sure that's going to be the right comparison, but if we want to take one of the few streams of own source revenue of the government of the Northwest Territories and just split it up into checks for everybody, that is a much bigger conversation than just here. But I gather that that's where we're at. So I guess we'll have to see where the member wants to go with that next. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Member from Range Lake.
Well, the minister, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister makes it seem like I want to give free money to everyone, and that's not the point here. The point here is to get a return on our investments. The Heritage Fund isn't working. It's been losing money for years. What's the minister's plan to fix it? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So now we're on to the Heritage Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Heritage Fund in it right now, I believe, has around $40 million. It's a fund that is, it's meant to be where we put a proportion of the resource revenues that we do get here in the Northwest Territories. It was never meant to be something that we would zero out or hand out dollars at a time or checks at a time. There are jurisdictions in this country, for example, Alberta, where they have at times of great wealth due to their resource situation, essentially handed out money to residents, and there are different political beliefs as to the effectiveness of that as far as being a good use of public dollars. That is a much, again, larger political conversation in terms of whether that is an effective use of public funds to achieve the goals of equity and collective good, if that's a good way to ensure that people are having access to health care and education, which are done better on a large scale, or if in fact it should just go one by one by one. Mr. Speaker, the Heritage Fund is coming up shortly in the Department of Finance. I don't know that it is losing money, so that might be the response that I'll end with. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Final supplementary, member from Range Lake.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the Minister for joining me in this impromptu debate. Mr. Speaker, if we can't do a UBI, can we do a universal, can we pilot a guaranteed income program? Which the Minister spoke of the differences between the two. So can we do that instead of UBI? She seems to be lukewarm on UBI. Can we get guaranteed income in the pipeline as a pilot? Thank you.
Your member from Range Lake, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe my colleague from ECNI spoke a little bit about this just recently in the House. It would certainly come likely to that department to consider this. And there's a lot of change that has happened quite recently to the income assistance policies that make that system more akin to what a guaranteed basic income would be, but not necessarily fully the types of pilots that are happening elsewhere. And there's an awful lot already that's underway, and hopefully those changes make a big difference for those people who are experiencing them, and they can go through the process of an evaluation, which I think they might be on deck for through the GRI process, and we'll see how successful they are at this point. Thank you.
Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up on my member statement on the other side of the equation, which first I mentioned I was going to go to housing. Now I'm going back to municipal and community affairs with respect to the ideas of creating fee or tax holidays. So I proposed ideas in the statement to bring forward to N.W.T, and perhaps maybe the MACA minister can help lead this initiative. I know tax themselves is for the finance minister, but this is about working with initiatives for municipalities under municipal legislation. So the question specifically is to the minister is, would the minister be open to a discussion to explore the idea to help create housing opportunities by talking to N.W.T about generating a tax or fee holiday for appropriate builds to stimulate the economy to build apartments and multi-dwelling housing? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not 100% sure if this fully lines in my department, but I will definitely look into it and go to the department to see if we can reach out to NWTAC to have this discussion.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
I guess the only other question I have, maybe just to close it off, is would the minister be willing to sit down with me and some others to talk about what it could look like, and maybe he could become the champion of the concept as we explore an idea. Whether it goes to fruition or not is something completely different, and as I stress, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, not in isolation, in other words, without good consultation. So would the minister be willing to do that? Thank you.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always willing on working with regular members to come up with solutions for problems that we may be having. So open to the discussion and we can arrange something. Thank you.
Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Colleagues, before we get into the next one, I'd like to recognize Mike Hike, former mayor of the City of Yellowknife. Welcome to our siting here today. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on review of bills, reports on committee of review of bills, reports on, oh, sorry. Okay, next one. Reports on standing committees and special, reports on standing and special committees. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Information and Privacy Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 3-20 Sub 1, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the Review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Information and Privacy Commissioner be deemed read and printed in the Hansard in its entirety.
Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 3-20 Sub 1, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the Review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Information and Privacy Commissioner be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that pursuant to Rule 9.45A, that the Government of the Northwest Territories table a comprehensive response to this report, including all recommendations within 120 days or at the earliest opportunity subsequent to the passage of 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Languages Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 4-20 Sub 1, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the Review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Languages Commissioner be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you.
Questions in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 4-20 Sub 1, Standing Committee on Government Operations, Report on the Review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Languages Commissioner be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you.
Motion's in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that pursuant to Rule 9.4 Sub 5 Sub A, the Government of the Northwest Territories table a comprehensive response to this report, including all recommendations within 120 days or at the earliest opportunity subsequent to the passage of 120 days. Thank you.
In order. To the motion. To the motion? Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is passed. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few more of these. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 5-20 Sub 1, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the Review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, motions in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 5-20 Sub 1, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the Review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you.
Motion's in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is passed. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're getting into a rhythm here. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that pursuant to Rule 9.4 Sub 5 Sub A, that the Government of the Northwest Territories table a comprehensive response to this report, including all recommendations within 120 days, or at the earliest opportunity subsequent to the passage of 120 days. Thank you.
From Frame Lake, the motion's in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstention? Motion has passed. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Ombud and Special Report on recommendations for amendments to the Ombud Act. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 6-20 Sub 1, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the Review of the 2022-23 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Ombud and Special Report on recommendations for amendments to the Ombud Act be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Frame Lake. Motion's in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member from Frame Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 6-20 Sub 1, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the Review of the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Ombud and Special Report on recommendations for amendments to the Ombud Act be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Frame Lake. Motion's in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion has passed. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm almost a little bit sad it's about to be over. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that pursuant to Rule 9.4 Sub 5 Sub A, that Government of the Northwest Territories table a comprehensive response to this report, including all recommendations within 120 days or at the earliest opportunity subsequent to the passage of 120 days. Thank you.
Frame Lake. Motion's in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is passed. No longer asking questions for member from Frame Lake. So reports on standing and special committees. Reports on standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nothing that exciting like my colleague across there, but I wish to table the following document, follow-up letter to oral questions 163-20(1), supports available for residents of Enterprise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notice of motions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give notice that on Monday, June 10th, 2024, I will move the following motion. Now therefore I move, seconded by the member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that the Government of the Northwest Territories reallocate funding resources without delay to implement the revised municipal funding gap policies. And further, that the Government of the Northwest Territories balance the current discrepancies between the communities regarding the percentage of the formula funding they receive. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories make the calculations of the municipal funding gap by community publicly available. And furthermore, the Government of the Northwest Territories acknowledge the increased costs facing communities through public emergencies and natural disasters and allocate a new stream of funding for public safety and emergency preparedness into the municipal funding gap calculations. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Elney Centre. Motions in order. Or no, that's just notice. So notice of motion. Sorry. Motions. Member from Range Lake. Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas the Northwest Territories is facing an increase in drugs and related crime in the Northwest Territories, and whereas the drug trade in the Northwest Territories is taking advantage of vulnerable people, and whereas illicit drugs in the Northwest Territories are largely coming from southern provinces, and whereas profits from the drug trade in the Northwest Territories are primarily benefiting southern organized crime groups, and whereas the Government of Canada has worked collaboratively with the United States on a cross-border crime forum since 1997 to improve response to the drug trade and the safety of communities, now therefore I move, seconded by the member for Mackenzie Delta, that the Government of the Northwest Territories initiate a cross-border crime reduction forum that would involve the governments of the Northwest Territories, Canada, Yukon, Alberta, and British Columbia. And further, the focus of a cross-border forum will increase the response to violence and drug trafficking in rural and remote communities. And furthermore, the focus of the cross-border forum improve efforts to disrupt the illicit drug network and drug-related crime and violence in the Northwest Territories communities. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, member from Range Lake. To the motion, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about it in this House. The Premier has spoken about it. Other members have as well, including the seconder of the motion, the member for Mackenzie Delta. There is a drug epidemic in the Northwest Territories that has gone from being a public health crisis to a public safety crisis. Organized crime has been infiltrating the Northwest Territories and preying upon those suffering from addictions and trauma since COVID, and particularly, and it's reached an all-time high. We're seeing rates of violence that we haven't seen before, of sophisticated organized crime groups that we haven't seen before. The RCMP need additional resources that they're being given by this government. But more so than that, we need to ensure that there's political coordination on this. I have full confidence that our police have the ability to speak to each other and to coordinate these things across provincial boundaries. And I know that the Premier cares about this. This is giving the extra oomph to make this a priority on the national stage. We need to make sure the rest of Canada knows that our small territory is very vulnerable and hurting. And we need all of our friends and neighbors to support our efforts to tackle this wave of crime and to hold these organizations to account and prevent them from doing harm to our communities. It's very hard to stop people from crossing our borders who mean harm, so we need to come up with innovative solutions and ways to do that, solutions that are going to take more than just the RCMP. So this motion calls on various governments to meet together and figure out how to do exactly that. The motion makes reference to how the Government of Canada and the United States work together, because that is a successful model of cross-border collaboration to decrease trafficking of illicit goods and substances and cross-border crime. And we hope that will serve as a model and an example of how provincial governments and the federal government can work together to achieve this. The motion also speaks particularly to rural and remote communities. Our small communities are the most vulnerable to these predators because we don't have the resources in them to respond quickly. So if there's an RCMP call in a rural and remote community, it takes time to get there. We definitely need to keep that in mind and keep those of our residents in mind because they are the most vulnerable to this. And they are the drug dealers are getting there. The criminals are getting there. It may seem like this is a problem that's only going to hit regional centers and places with airports and communities connected on the highway. But I know from working with my colleagues here that there are very much rural and remote communities completely isolated that are seeing drugs and seeing crime and these people coming into their communities. So, like I said, we need all resources coming to bear to keep people safe. We have to draw a red line and make sure that things don't get any worse. Because if they do, this is going to have dire consequences for all of our residents and for all of our communities. So I encourage this House to support this motion and to bring awareness and collaboration where it's truly needed to tackle this scourge of organized crime from the southern provinces coming into the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range Lake. To the motion. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seconded this motion mainly because it's having an effect on small communities, especially in my community. Fort McPherson is the first community you'll hit when you come over the border to from the Yukon. There's a lot of trafficking of hard illicit drugs coming from the Yukon and also from southern Canada. We've seen a lot of violence within our small communities. We've witnessed people, strangers in our communities, because within our small communities, everybody knows each other. Then when you see somebody wandering around the community in the evening or late at night, they start to get suspicious and they start calling people around the communities. But like my colleague stated, RCMP right now is they don't have the resources to deal with this crisis that we are in. My fear is we already have the marijuana that's already around the school-age children, and my fear is these hard drugs coming right directly into the school. And if that happens, we've lost the battle completely, because it's a fear that these children, they're in dire straits of, they're going to be lost. I fear for the communities. We've already had an uprising in two of my constituency communities, one in Acknowledgements and one in Fort McPherson, where the community members decided to take this into their own hands and address the situation, and the police couldn't do nothing. They just had to stand by and watch. So I figured this would happen sooner or later, and it did happen. It's just fortunate the drug dealers didn't have any firearms, or it would have been very, very bad. So the reason I second this motion is just for community safety, resident safety, safety of all Northerners. We have to take our communities back, and this motion will get that process started. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Mackenzie Delta to the motion, member from the Sawtoo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too stand up to support the motion. It will not only send a message on passage and direction to the general public that we serve, but it will more importantly send a message if the cross-border meeting happens. It'll send send a safety message and comfort to the public that we represent, that we are actioning and addressing and notifying and notice the the drug trade. And as mentioned, more importantly, send that message out. We are doing something. I see it dramatically, not only in the capital here, but throughout some of the communities I represent. To some degree, I'm just shocked at the volume and the magnitude that this problem is creating in and out of the hospitals, in our health centers, tearing families apart. I've heard shocking and emotional statements here at our recent couple of drug workshops we had in the SATU. So I applaud the leadership of the SATU, and I applaud the motion that yes, enough talk, let's take some action. Masi.
The SATU, to the motion, member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief. You've heard me make comments in this House about the fact that these illicit drugs are destroying our communities. I support the motion. If I could support it twice, I would. And I think anybody in this House should feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Nunavut Lake. To the motion, member from Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too am rising to support this motion. A little bit, since we have no, since the ferry went out, the Merv Hardy ferry in Fort Providence, and we now have a bridge, it seems like things are open 24/7. And this is not only impacting my communities in my riding, but also communities all along the road, the highway system that have to deal with this drug issue. And the impacts to the community from illicit drugs coming into our communities, high rate of medevacs, we're having incarceration rates are going up because of crimes, we have deaths, and health to families that are being affected by drugs coming into our community. And so we need to do something. So I'm standing up today to support a forum to bring people together to discuss ways that could help people to get, so we have some solutions on how to deal with this and combat it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Decho. To the motion, member from Milfley.
Mr. Speaker, I also support this motion because this has an impact on my community and other Klooch community in the regions, and it also has an impact on the fly-in community as well. So there is an increase in drug usage, and it is affecting a lot of our community members, the vulnerable people, the vulnerable, and the children as well. So I do support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Milfley. To the motion, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ever so briefly, as the downtown member of this assembly, and when I refer to downtown, that's Yellowknife Centre, it's a very urban riding, and it's impacted heavily by this. This is, when you spoke to the neighborhoods in the community, in the core of the city, this was their #1 issue. It might be housing in a small community, and it might be healthcare and other people, but I can tell you the downtown core of Yellowknife, crime and the reduction of crime is foremost on their mind. There is, nothing burdens them more than this, and I'm referring to en masse, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, other issues matter too. As said by my good colleague for the Range Lake, they are predators. I don't think we should ever give them any less of a title. I'd like to give them a meaner one, but we have parliamentary rules which don't permit me to describe them the way I really feel. They find ways to burrow themselves into communities, whether it's in a small community. I won't name one because I don't want to single one out as a problem per se, but whether it's in the small communities or the regional centers, these people get in there. They rent, then they're gone tomorrow. They hijack lives, they steal souls for people because they prey on their addictions. The addictions of vulnerable are the other piece of this equation. Let us not kid, it's not a sales job in the context of they just show up. I mean, they're responding to a problem. And the problem is they're showing up. Yes, that's a problem, but addictions are something else we need to keep foremost on our mind that we need to support to give people better opportunities. Mr. Speaker, this motion also lends to the sad observation that we've had more murders here than anyone can think of, and that is a tragedy in on itself. With this type of predatory behavior, they bring other things such as weapons and guns, and to name just a couple points. And the fact is, it destroys a community, and it destroys a people. As I finish up here, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that families leaving some of the buildings downtown or walking in their neighborhood has said the culture of the community has changed significantly. And I can say between the addictions and the crime, that is exactly what they're describing when they're expressing their frustration. So I put full support to the motion. I acknowledge the member for Range Lake for moving it. I acknowledge the member from Mackenzie Delta, which I want to put on record has been relentless on this issue about fighting for community safety. The Mackenzie Delta member has at every chance pointed out that these are problems in his communities and region and the territory. So he isn't just fighting for his town, he's fighting for the whole people of the Northwest Territories, and he's been a heavy advocate as well and deserves credit. So again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be fully supporting Member Range Lake on this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife Centre. To the motion. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the members for their impassioned statements. I, as well, have spoken about this many times in the House, the impact of drugs. I didn't hear a lot of comments about the actual motion and the potential efficacy of this motion, and so as a Cabinet, we are going to abstain so that we can actually take this back, look at the substance of the motion, look at how it might play out in the real world, and then provide a response back in 120 days. Thank you.
Premier. To the motion. To the motion, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues who spoke in support of this motion. I want to just reassure the Honourable Premier that this motion has realism to it, and I look forward to the government's response and to see them move forward with this forum, and we can start, as the seconder of this motion said, we can start to take our communities back and address this problem with the resources that we need to get it done, keep our communities safe, and fight these predators when they show up in our territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Thank you. Member from Range Lake. Member from Range Lake has wished to ask to the motion. Question has been called. So the member from Range Lake has asked for a recorded vote. For all those in favor, please stand.
The member for Range Lake, the member for N.W.T Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Deschaux, the member for Satu, the member for Yellowknife Centre.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Thabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Nunavut Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut.
Thank you. Colleagues, those in favor, 10, 0 vote no, and 7 abstentions. Motion has passed. Motions. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Committee consideration committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bill 2. CR, what's CR? Oh, sorry, committee report 2-20, minister statement 4-20 brackets 1, minister statement 5-20 brackets 1, minister statement 17-20 brackets 1, minister statement 20-20 24-20 brackets 1, table document 93-20 brackets 1. Colleagues, by the authority given to me as Speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business of the House, with the member from Deitcho in the chair.
It's not on. Now I call the Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Inuvik Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the committee wishes to consider Committee Report 20-2-20, brackets 1, Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Bill 2, Missing Persons Act, as well as Bill 2, Missing Persons Act, and table document 93-20, brackets 1, 2024-2025 main estimates, the Departments of Infrastructure and Finance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Committee will proceed to the first item. Okay. Sorry. Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess and resume with the first item. Okay, best chair ever. Thank you. Committee, we have agreed to consider committee report 2-20(1), Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Bill 2, Missing Persons Act. I will go to the chair of the committee, of the Standing Committee on Social Development for any opening comments. Mrs. Wea, Member from Alfui.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 2, missing per.
No, you can go. You just don't have to stand.
You don't have to stand.
Oh, I can. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 2, Missing Person Act was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development on February 26, 2024. It was important to the committee that the bill be reviewed thoroughly, but also with urgency, as the committee has heard strong feedback that this legislation needed to be in place as soon as possible. Throughout the committee's review, the committee consistently received feedback that reflected two sides to the issue of missing person cases. On one hand, it was expressed to the committee that everything needs to happen as quickly as possible in a missing person investigation. On the other hand, it was emphasized as equally important to take the time to consider the privacy of people who are missing, especially in the event that some people might not want to be found if they are fleeing an abusive situation. The committee also heard consistent feedback on how to make sure missing persons investigations can be more effective, especially in small communities. Finally, it was made clear to the committee that those who interact professionally with missing persons cases, be they justices, police officers, shelter workers, or other roles, should be operating in a fashion that is trauma-informed and culturally responsible. The committee has made 9 recommendations to reflect the valuable feedback that was shared with the committee throughout the review. The committee would like to thank everyone who participated in the review. I would like to thank committee for their work on this review. Individual members may have additional comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member from Alfui. I will now open the floor to general comments on Committee Report 2-20(1). Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is very important to the residents of the Northwest Territories, particularly the family of Frank Rubin. He went missing and still haven't have any leads on his whereabouts. The Committee on Social Development went to the community of Aklavik and Inuvik. We've heard testimonies from the community and the family of how much it's hurting the community. Not only the family, it's hurting the community. And more than anything, the family wants closure. They want information from the RCMP on the investigation process, but due to privacy, the family is unable to get that information. So this bill will give the families and the RCMPs more tools to deal with Missing Persons Act, how how to deal with the family directly and other measures that will take in finding people who are missing. Frank Rubin's cases went national. Everybody from the southern parts of Canada have been responding, pleading for any information that someone may have, that they come forward, but nobody has come forward, and hopefully this bill will give the RCMP and the authorities more tools to open up a wide range of proper investigation. So I'm really happy that this bill came forward, and like I stated, the community of Acknowledgements and the family expressed great remorse. The mother, Lori Stewart, spoke, and she ended up in tears. And I know at one time I saw his brother Stephen posted on social media that he's not getting any information from the government, from the RCMP, from any authority on to get just to give them little closure, not complete closure, but little closure, just so they can feel at peace and feel as a family again. And they weren't getting that, and he resorted that, you know, they may take different action, legal action against the authorities, even against the government. And the views that he got and the responses that he got from the general public was overwhelming. And we're just hoping that this bill will bring closure to the family and the community. And I'm happy to be a part of this government that's going to try bring this bill to life. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. Are there any other comments? Any members? Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further comments, MLA for Mountfui.
Okay. Madam Chair, Bill 2 Missing Persons Act received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on February 26, 2024, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. Throughout the committee's review, the committee met with the Minister of Justice, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and over 55 members of the public in 3 public hearings held in Acknowledgements, in Inuvik, and Yellowknife. The committee also received 5 written submissions on the bill. On May 28, 2024, the Standing Committee held its clause-by-clause review of the bill with the Minister of Justice. The committee amended 3 clauses in the bill with the Minister's concurrence. I thank the committee for their efforts in reviewing this legislation. I would also like to graciously thank the courageous family members of missing people who also spoke to the committee to inform the committee's review of this bill. Individual members may have additional comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member from Mountfui.
Okay. Committee motion. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends the government of the Northwest Territories work with Indigenous governments and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to establish a committee of local and community Indigenous leaders when a missing persons investigation is underway to aid with search and rescue operations, including the involvement of traditional knowledge and facilitate communication with the affected family and loved ones. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member from Moffey. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question is being called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Member from Moffey.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends the government of the Northwest Territories work with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and justices to evaluate any cultural safety programming or training being offered to Royal Canadian Mounted Police members and justices to ensure it is trauma-informed and otherwise responsibly addresses those working with missing person cases in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member from Moffey. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Thank you, Member from Moffey. The motion is carried. Thank you. Member from Moffey.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends the government of the Northwest Territories establish training specific to the Missing Persons Act and its responsible, culturally appropriate usage for justices, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, nonprofit staff, and shelter workers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member from Moffey. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Member from Moffey.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that in the formulations of regulations for the Missing Persons Act, the government of the Northwest Territories require the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to include a schedule in the annual report reference in the Missing Persons Act that outlines statistical missing persons information in the Northwest Territories, and further, that the regulations state where the annual report will be published. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Member from Moffey.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends the House refers the matter of titling bills to the Standing Committee on Procedures and Privileges to review and consider the current conventions in the titling of bills and if those conventions should be expanded. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Member from Moffey.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends the government of the Northwest Territories work with the federal government in establishing legislation specific to the 60 scoop and creating programming to assist those impacted by the 60 scoop in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion's carried. Member from Mafui?
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends the government of the Northwest Territories include specifics on record retention and destruction in the development of the regulations for the Missing Persons Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion's carried. Member for Mafui.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends the government of the Northwest Territories incorporate the consideration of information that suggests that a missing person may not want to be located in the development of the regulations for the Missing Persons Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion's carried. Member from Mafui.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends the government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to Committee Report 2-20(1), Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Bill 2, Missing Persons Act within 120 days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion's carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of Committee Report 2-20(1), Standing Committee on Social Development, Report on Bill 2, Missing Persons Act? Aye. Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of Committee Report 2-20(1), Standing Committee on Social Development, Report on Bill 2, Missing Persons Act. Committee, we have agreed to consider Bill 2, Missing Persons Act. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present Bill 2, Missing Persons Act. Bill 2 proposes new legislation that will provide additional tools to assist police in investigating reports of missing persons. The government of the Northwest Territories committed to developing this legislation in response to Call for Justice 5.8 from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. In missing persons cases where there is no evidence of criminal activity, investigations can be slowed or completely halted. Missing persons laws in other jurisdictions across Canada allow police to seek court orders to access records and to enter premises to search for missing persons, as well as to make emergency demands for information. Bill 2 operates similarly and would allow police to move more quickly in their investigations, while at the same time providing for oversight and accountability to protect individual privacy when police are utilizing the powers provided for in this legislation. During the public clause-by-clause review of Bill 2, The Standing Committee on Social Development brought forward 3 motions to amend the bill, informed by their engagement with the RCMP and other stakeholders. These changes were focused on providing greater clarity that the RCMP not be inhibited when utilizing the legislation. The department concurred with these changes, and I would like to thank committee for their review. This concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes.
Does the committee agree? Agree. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
With me today, I have Brad Patzer, Assistant Deputy Minister with the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development and the committee that reviewed the bill for any opening comments on Bill 2. Member from Mafway.
First one.
Yeah, okay. I do apologize. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 2, Missing Persons Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on February 26, 2024, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. Throughout the committee's review, the committee met with the Minister of Justice, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and over 55 members of the public in 3 public hearings held in Acknowledgements, Inuvik, and Yellowknife. The committee also received 5 written submissions on the bill. On May 28, 2024, the Standing Committee held its clause-by-clause review of the bill with the Minister of Justice. The committee amended 3 clauses in the bill with the minister's concurrence. I thank the committee for their efforts in reviewing the legislations. I would also like to graciously thank the courageous family members of missing people who also spoke to the committee to inform the committee's review of this bill. Individual members may have additional comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member from Mafway. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 2. Is the committee agreed that there are no further comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. I will call the clauses in groups. Clause 1 to 5. Does the committee agree? Clauses 6 to 10. Does the committee agree? Clauses 11 to 15, does the committee agree? Clauses 16 to 21, does the committee agree? Committee, we will now return to the bill number and title Bill 2 Missing Persons Act. Does the committee agree? To the bill as a whole, does the committee agree? Does the committee agree that Bill 2 Missing Persons Act is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 2 Missing Persons Act? Thank you, Minister, and thanks to your witnesses. Surgeon at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 93-20 brackets 1, 2024-2025 main estimates. We will now consider the Department of Infrastructure. Does the Minister of Infrastructure wish to bring witnesses into the House?
There we go. Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Would the minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on my left is Deputy Minister Steve Ludet. On my right is Amy Burt, who has a very important title. I'm sorry, I've forgotten it. Director of Corporate Services. Every time.
Does the committee agree that to forego general comments on the Department of Infrastructure? See no more general comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with asset management, starting on page 263 with information item on page 266. Are there any questions? Page numbers are page 263 with information item on page 266. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify that under division management, there's a huge jump in the budget line from 2023 to 24. Well, the original main estimate's 361,000, and then by the end of last year we had 6.5 million, and now this year we're looking at 7.265 million. Can the minister clarify what was the cause of this big jump in funding?
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was funding that was appropriated for the purpose of the Hay River Harbor restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand that that is a very important project. How many years does the minister expect that we will need to be expending this level of funds to complete the restoration? And is it best housed under division management? Like, if this is a longer term project, is this where it will continue to be found, or will it be managed in some different way? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this phase of the project is expected to be completed in September of this year. There may be future phases. This is something where for quite a long period of time when the federal government stopped providing this service, nothing was done, and it put us into the situation we found ourselves in. So as I say, there'll be some continuation of the work going forward, but this particular phase will end in September. Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife North, thank you.
That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No further questions. Please turn. Sorry. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can the minister please speak to, and I'll let them open up their business plan. I've got page 183. Can the minister please speak to whether or not the new highway conditions map and reporting system drive N.W.T, which is an initiative spoken to in the business plan, will that piece be included in the N.W.T alert mapping program? Is there any desire to see that come together under one piece under the N.W.T alert? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's an excellent idea. Not one that I can say I can speak to whether or not right now. Right at this moment, that was not the scope of the work. But let me take that one away. That maybe an opportunity to see that we do, in fact, combine those systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that. I think my questions with the Minister of MACA previously in this session is really just pointing to trying to align wherever we can services that are in a one-stop shop sort of style for the public to understand when there are issues, and that includes obviously egress from various places in evacuations. So thank you, Madam Chair. More of a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I wanted to note that there actually is already a meeting set up with MACA to have exactly this conversation, but I appreciate it being brought up and appreciate the member's comment. Thank you.
Any further comments? Thank you, Minister. Any further comments? No further questions. Please turn to page 264. Infrastructure Asset Management Operations Expenditure Summary 2024-2025 Main Estimates $24,275,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to Corporate Management, beginning on page 267 with information on page 269. Are there any questions? Page 267 with information item on page 269. Are there any questions? No further questions. Please turn to page 268. Infrastructure Corporate Management Operations Expenditure Summary 2024-2025 Main Estimates $8,614,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to Energy and Strategic Initiatives, beginning on page 270 with information items on page 272 to 275. Are there any questions? Member for Range Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The community access programs, there's nothing in this budget for this program that's a really effective way of getting money into small communities and creating local economic activity. The Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight has called for this money to be restored. Will the Minister restore this program? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Range Lake. Member of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there have been some challenges in terms of the funding in this program, in terms of, for example, whether or not the programs that have been funded or the projects that have been funded are the right scope and size, or whether they're perhaps not delivering as we all would hope them to. So at the very least, this is likely a situation where there would need to be a review of the program done and some supports put in to ensure the money would be spent properly. Now, as to whether it goes back in or not, that will be a question, I think, for the Finance Minister to speak to when we are ready to move the entire budget out of CAL. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Range Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's a yes then? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Range Lake. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wouldn't want to steal the Minister of Finance's thunder. And in general, it's not been our practice to have that kind of a budget discussion or negotiation on the floor of COW. So I am going to refrain from taking any position on that further at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Range Lake.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It still sounds like a yes to me, but that's all right. We'll have that discussion later. This also contains the energy programs for the energy programs that are funded. Can the minister speak to the overall energy strategy and where how the G&W.T is moving ahead with its energy plans, especially in the advent of mine closure. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Range Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am happy to do this, although I'm conscious that we are trying to be a bit more mindful of our time. The energy strategy is up for a renewal, and last summer some significant progress was made in terms of having, for example, a large forum of engagement and significant other opportunities for engagement over the summer of last year, obviously with some challenges. There's work being done right now to draft up what that might look like. I know members of the Assembly have had a significant amount of interest in this particular area. I think we are expecting to be ready to go on this roughly in 25-26, and certainly the fiscal year of 25-26. But again, I expect that there's a lot of interest. I expect we'll be coming back to committee before anything is finalized. In broad terms, the energy situation in the Northwest Territories is one where we have over 20 disconnected microgrids. We are heavily reliant on diesel still, certainly for all redundancy. We have some hydro communities, we have independent hydro grids. This is a space where there is an opportunity for lots of opportunity, let's put it that way. But without taking some pretty significant actions, we would be in a difficult situation going forward. We'll be in the same situation in the next 25 years as we have been for the last 25 if we don't make some significant changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Range Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the Northwest Territories be be net zero by 2050 and meet the Canadian net zero goal or targets? Thank you.
Thank you, Member of Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's exactly the kind of question that does need to be answered in this strategy, and it is one that I hope there's a lot of significant public interest in. I appreciate that there's political interest in it, because that will be, if we decide to move the needle on what the goals are and make them bigger and bolder, it means significant investment in energy infrastructure to achieve them, and it means being on top of new technologies and emerging technologies. So, for example, this afternoon speaking about renewable diesel, but up to and including what storage capacity for LNG might be like, including what kinds of new capacity there may be. I think in Madam Chair, in your own community, they're doing some work to see whether or not there could be kinetic storage energy. We have to be at the front of the technology. We have to acknowledge that technology comes with cost. It's probably going to cost more over the course of my children's lifetime if we don't do anything. But where do we go next? Again, that's exactly the kind of question that has to be in the strategy. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Range Lake.
Thank you. The community government retrofit program is being discontinued. Can the minister explain why? Thank you.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Madam Chair, let me put that to the Deputy Minister, please. Oh, yeah.
Deputy Minister Luda.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we misheard you, but it's the Community Government Retrofit Program. So at this time, Madam Chair, there is actually now federal funding that is available to support the funding of that program. So previously it would have been Government of the Northwest Territories dollars that were being utilized to help support that. There are now federal funds that have been announced. So even at the same time, while some of the other funds we've relied on from the federal government in this space are right now, we're waiting to see whether they will come through or not. This is one where there's been some change. So yeah, I'd be happy to provide the information and link so that community governments who may be interested can begin to access that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Range Lake.
Yes, thank you. I would encourage the minister to do that. The Association of Communities is quite keen to see this funding or something like it restored and provided to them, and is concerned about this cut. So if it is being offset by other sources, best to communicate that to them without delay. So the issue seems to be with the Low Carbon Leadership Economy Fund. That's what's been in the headlines, at least, and what's been communicated to us. The other smaller cuts, electric bicycle rebates, electric on the land vehicle rebates, electric vehicles fast charger corridor, electric vehicles rebate program, and youth energy mentorship and energy auditing capacity. Why are these why are these funds being cut, or are they being sunset? Can the minister explain if it's related to those low carbon leadership issues, or is this another source of funding we're losing? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Rains Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are a significant amount of sunsets that are taking place, and that is where the cuts are coming from. There have been some funding, $433,000 in funding for new initiatives. So it just reduces the scope of what is possible under the Energy Action Plan right now. Obviously, subject to perhaps seeing a renewal, hopefully seeing a renewal of the low carbon or the low YELLOWKNIFE funding that the member was mentioning, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Rains Lake.
Does the minister believe that we have sufficient resources behind EV charging stations and associated infrastructure to support the transition away from fossil fuel powered, or from combustion engines or standard combustion engines? We're making this transition nationally, globally. Is the Northwest Territories in a position to keep pace, or will we be left behind and have no cars to drive? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Rains Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, given the uptake to date on EV vehicles, we do believe that we are in a position to have sufficient amount of charging stations. So there's charging stations and I'll double check the year here. I'm sure someone's going to send it to me as I say this, but there'll be sufficient charging stations to create a corridor from here to the border. And so again, in terms of rolling out that by 2024, a fiscal year of 2024. So with that provides that ability for hopefully more people to then begin to buy the vehicles, EV vehicles, since that does appear to have been a barrier to this time. As more people will buy it, it certainly helps to support the idea of further investment in those charging stations. So again, we hope we're going to get to a place where the corridor, as I said, will go as far as the border. For anyone that's going to ask the next question, we're going to have to burn diesel to have a charging station. But if that ultimately gets more vehicles off the road, then the net benefit is greater. And again, as I say, as we move forward with this, if there's greater uptake of the EV vehicles because of those charging stations, continues to have greater benefits and to put us on that path of being not in a situation of not having cars. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Rains Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, perhaps we could burn reusable diesel, renewable diesel, or other forms of biodiesel. There are so many options out there right now. Okay, that's good. I'm concerned, though, that there are still some issues with our local power grid. I know my colleague, the member for YELLOWKNIFE Centre, has brought this up, but the NACA, the newly rechristened NACA Utilities, has basically tells consumers they have to pay for their own infrastructure when they want to have high capacity or fast charging for EVs in their garages, things like that. Our power system's not attuned for that. So how are we? I don't think that's fair. I don't think anyone thinks that's fair. So how are we assisting consumers to get those tools and those utilities into their homes, so they are not left footing the bill for their entire neighborhoods? Thank you.
Member for Rains Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly can't speak to the practices or policies of NACA Power. I can say with respect to, again, if folks are having to make changes to their own home renovations, that's not necessarily something that we would be in a position to subsidize. There are certainly going to be some distribution challenges if people are trying to get an EV charging station in their home because you have to go from different step downs of power. But again, how to best support that? Our response has been to make available EV charging stations in communities from here, Betchico, Fort Providence, Enterprise, Hay River, Fort Smith, and then at the junction as well. If folks are making decisions for their own home needs or home use, again, that's at this point not necessarily the focus or thrust of subsidization with public dollars. But as the stations are becoming available in those communities and along the highway, hopefully with greater demand comes a reduction in the costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'm glad there's some willingness to reinstate the Community Access Program. I've seen firsthand a lot of growth in that area. And for me, coming from and going to small communities, it's really comforting to see the value on TPR. So TPR would be your taxpayers' return on public funds. So when I see it in the book here and I go out to the community and I see it out there, okay, it's happening. And it makes me feel good that the government is doing something right by providing meaningful benefits. And looking at the business plan, on page 175 in our mandate is compliant to, say, building relationships with Indigenous groups and partners on major projects. And when I see some of these, let's call it in-value capital projects. So when I go downtown Toledo and I look at the solar panel and I think of the millions of dollars that was spent on this piece of infrastructure in terms of the piling put in there and the gravel haul there and the solar panel itself, the mounting stations. And I wonder, are we seeing a return on that? Are we seeing some sort of benefit? If we can measure the benefits compared to maximizing other programs that this money can go towards. So, so when I look at the keeping that in mind, I just hope that priority is given to applications as we move throughout the year on this fiscal budget, that more meaningful programs would be looked at favorably, not just another capital asset that ain't going to prove any benefits. We can say, okay, yes, it is providing a benefit. There's cost reductions on the energy rates going to the clients of Toledo. Then I can say, yes, it's working. But I yet have to hear of any benefits of that capital cost. Maybe that money could be better directed to other energy saving initiatives, the Arctic Energy Alliance, subsidizing N.W.T energy efficient projects. Is there any carryovers from the whole area of the bilateral agreements that exist today into this budget? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for the Satu, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure I was clear. Carryovers reflected on capital projects in here, there wouldn't be. This would be only the operations, so there wouldn't be any carryovers reflected here. I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for the Satu.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll use one example. The 18th Assembly signed a bilateral agreement with the federal government for $570 million payable over 10 years. Is that reflected, or I guess first of all, is there any money left in that bilateral agreement? If so, is it going to be identified and entered into these statements? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for the Satu, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, that sounds to me like that is likely in relation to Mackenzie Valley Highway or one of the associated projects, Great River Bridge, for instance. So if that is the case, then that would not be reflected in, certainly not in this particular instance. or on this particular page, sorry, it would come in under the capital planning process for any of the large-scale funding for large-scale capital projects will be in there. The smaller scale programs that are here aren't subject to the same sort of carryover process. They typically are 1 year at a time funded, and I mean that was sometimes some of the challenges of those small scale projects is still getting the permitting in place and to get them done in a year. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I'll rephrase that. As I mentioned, I'm just using that one example. There are several bilateral agreements, and I'm still doing my research, but it's in the neighborhood of 1.5 billion that exists with these bilaterals. I don't know whether it's 5 bilateral agreements specific to the target of the application applied for. In this case, I'm just using the 570 bilateral payable over 10 years, so that'll be 55 million or 57 million per year. And that was signed in 2018, I believe, or 2019. So there should be some existing capital in these bilaterals, but I have no idea how many bilateral agreements exist to this day. I've requested that information to try to comprehend and see how we are going to position ourselves moving forward. So can the minister tell me how many bilateral agreements are out there between the federal government and the territorial government? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for the Satu, Infrastructure Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, there are quite a number of capital funding federal pots that exist right now with which that we're part of. The Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund is one. Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. People, I think, hear us sometimes say ISIP. That's a big one. And that, I think, may be the one that the member has the numbers there for 570. I think it's actually closer to 580, but that's the Canada's portion. And that is right now funding quite a large number of projects, including projects in the Satu region, as well as the National Trade Corridors Fund. That's another big one. And finally, although this one I think is coming to a close soon, the new Building Canada plan. There's certainly some new programs that are coming online as well. So REACH, for instance, is an area where, with respect to transmission technology and transmission line work that is coming in, that's a new one that we've now are participating with the federal government on for electricity transmission. Those are all the ones that I have in front of me. If I've missed any, would certainly be happy to get back to the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for the Satu.
Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. I think if we can work in collaboration with each other, we can, or everybody in the Assembly, if we can put our heads together, I think we can face the challenges that are out there. It's so significant, it's unbelievable. I'm actually scared personally for some of the communities on the resupply, as we all know, on the publications through social media, and in reality going to Fort Providence and witnessing the low waters. And I'm afraid that we still have anticipation on resupplying Fort Good Hope, but I'm not confident that our ships will pass Little Chicago. Little Chicago is swamped with sandbars, and one of the ships stopped there or got stuck last year. So I don't think we can afford to jeopardize our fuel and cargo resupply with the assumption that we are still going to go on that river. So I think we should prepare financially for the worst. And if this includes looking at the existing bilateral agreements that exist and incorporating it into the budget to support these programs and pursue the intent in terms of and conditions of the bilateral agreement itself, I think we can be further ahead in accomplishing both reductions and capitalization from existing agreements. So I point that out now, and I'll probably have further questions in other areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for the Satu. There was no question there. Okay. I didn't hear any question there, so unless the minister wants to respond.
Madam Chair, just to note, I think I realize now when there's these large funding pots, when they are already committed to capital projects, they'll show up in the capital budget. Sometimes you'll see them coming in under the operations budget, but not when they're already tied to the capital projects. But still happy to draw that distinction here. It's a people don't necessarily outside this assembly wouldn't understand the division, so I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 272, I need new glasses. The line item for Arctic Energy Alliance, can you confirm that's a transfer for their O&M operating budget? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a contribution agreement with them in terms of the exact usage or specifics of it. I mean, there's a number of things they deliver on our behalf. So, thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for that clarification. I guess my follow-up question would be that number has remained static, and I understand a little bit static throughout time before what's actually reflected on this page for several years now. And I noticed too that it's going down by about $112,000. Can the minister speak to why that is? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Arctic Energy Alliance is one area where we were looking at what options there might have been for some reductions in line with other opportunities, looking for reductions in other programs and projects, and this is one where there has been a slight reduction as a result of that review. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I recognize that. I recognize we're in fiscal sustainability, and you know, it's unfortunate to hear that we're reducing funding to such a well-loved and well-subscribed program. I realize they operate arm's length from the government. They do rely quite heavily on the pieces that the N.W.T funnels their way. So more of a comment than a question, but I guess I would like to if the minister would be so kind as to elaborate to what she sees as the value for our investment on Arctic energy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to sort of clarify the point there that this was targeted for a very, and you can see from the number, a fairly specific reduction, and it was reflective of an operating surplus that was seen to exist. And it doesn't reflect on the fact that there's good work that is being done, but if there is an operating surplus in an organization that is a nonprofit, it was considered as an opportunity in the course of this obviously bigger concern around the ability of the government to continue to deliver all of the programs, including energy programs, of what we could do. So it was really related to an operating surplus and not an intention to take away. But again, yeah, I mean, the value it provides, well, I mean, it does, as I say, quite a large number of activities. Everything from providing incentives directly to residents for various energy renewal systems or efficiency systems, to education around Arctic or renewables and GHG reductions and climate adaptation, to providing energy efficiency analysis, and so on and so forth. So I'm certainly happy that it continues to exist, even without a surplus. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to, I think, perhaps repeat a question. Just starting with Arctic Energy Alliance, just it's being reduced by 104,000. That's the operating surplus. Is that the answer to that question? Okay, I'll just move on. The low income program to address energy poverty. That one sounds interesting. I don't know much about that one. Can the minister or staff describe what that program is for, what it does?
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me turn that one to Amy Burt, please.
Ms. Burt.
To help lower income households reduce energy costs.
Director of Infrastructure, Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you for the answer. I was maybe hoping for a little bit more information on what that really means. What does the program do? What does it provide people cash? Does it provide people rebates to replace heating systems in their homes? What are we doing with the 200,000?
Thank you, Member from Frame Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It does have a program to support folks with wood stoves or wood stove replacements. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure, Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that one, I mean, the issue I want to highlight is I've got a lot of constituents who are effectively, you know, on an older oil-burning furnace, paying exorbitant amounts of heating costs, aren't in a position where they can afford to switch to something more high efficiency or off of oil altogether, to get out from under carbon tax payments, et cetera, and just the general cost of oil. So I'm just wondering, is this program geared towards that? It's only $200,000. I mean, personally, I'd love to see us providing a lot more support for people on this. Just recognizing, you know, we're collecting a fair bit of money related to carbon tax. The government hasn't entirely accounted for where all that money is going, and I think this is something that could be expanded. I think it would be a great program. I know it's something that a lot of people would be able to subscribe to if they were given assistance to upgrade their heating systems and make their homes a little more energy efficient. So I guess I'm really just encouraging the minister on that one, but maybe if I could get a response on that.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are right now spending, in terms of talking about energy savings and energy rebates, the government of the Northwest Territories spends almost $8 million a year in terms of supporting territorial support, power supports. There's another several $1 million a year that goes to seniors' homes heating subsidies. There's $30 million a year that we've put to keep power rates low just recently, notwithstanding others. So, I mean, I don't disagree that getting folks to a position where they're not as reliant on diesel is certainly one that I think we all share, but getting there, you know, in bits and pieces is hopefully not what we're going to have to do, and hopefully we can do so on a much larger scale. I don't yet have actuals for this program, and it's one that, to the extent that it's run through Arctic Energy Alliance, I would have to see where those actuals are at. Is this money getting out the door? Is it getting out to those that need it? Where is it going? Again, it's because it's administered by a third party, and I have confidence that they're trying their best to get it out the door, but I don't have that information, so I just can't speak to the degree or extent to which it's effective. I hope it is. I share the members' concerned. If it's fully subscribed, then certainly I welcome an opportunity to have a look at whether it's something that we do think has value. If it's not fully subscribed, then we want to look at, in the course of fiscal sustainability, if this is the right place to put public dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's definitely something I'll want to dig into a little deeper in the future. Moving to the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund, or the LCLEF, I think we're calling it. I won't reiterate comments made by other members, but what I would like is a update from the minister. I know there's kind of active negotiations and discussions going on with the feds. I'm wondering if there's any updates on that. I do want to encourage the minister to really pursue this one. It's one that a lot of people are benefiting from and helping us kind of move in the direction of our climate goals. So I was hoping to get an update from the minister on how we're doing securing that large amount of funding. Just I see a huge reduction between our grants and contributions and transfers between 2023-24 and this year, and you know, this was good money that was going to good places from the feds. So hope to hear some exciting updates from the minister in the near future on this one. That is also a question. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we made the initial application process last summer. When the call went out from the federal government, we understood that was accepted back in this September. Now, you know, yeah, why, or sorry, yeah, so this summer, I guess last year now, and then in the fall. And we continue to follow up with, frankly, the assumption and expectation that given that the focus on the need for lower carbon initiatives, the focus and need and understanding on climate change and the need to be at the forefront of taking steps to address climate change, to be, again, doing everything we can, whether it's GHG reductions or other forms of response. This, I agree, has some items here, whether it's Arctic Energy Alliance, whether it's greenhouse gas reductions, so on and so forth, that seems to align with what sound to be priorities coming out of the federal government to jurisdictions such as ours, where we are at the forefront of climate change, where we are paying huge amounts to run on diesel in a situation where no one wants to run on diesel, but we lack significant investment to make change. It was a surprise to me that here we sit in our own budget session and still don't have a response on this. There has been communications at the ADM level, deputy level. I mentioned it directly myself to my colleague or counterpart. I understand that a deputy minister or an assistant deputy minister is following up. I want to say weekly, and I hope I'm not lighting too much of a fire under him, but at one point it was weekly because we had hoped, quite frankly, to not have to put our main estimates forward without this money in them. Here we are. I'm honestly surprised. It doesn't really make sense. I'll keep at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Rains Lake.
Frame Lake, thank you. It's okay. The other chair gets that one mixed up too. So does the speaker, for that matter. There's a lot of lakes in Yellowknife. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll just say, you know, if the minister needs some comforting words, it can just be that, you know, MLAs are putting a fire under her, and so she's feeling like she has to transfer that to the federal minister. Just want to kind of provide my encouragement also on that one. This is something that's important to our communities and our response to climate change. So thank you, Madam Chair. That's my comments on this page for now. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. N.W.T. Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Energy poverty. I can show my heating bills for the last 2 years if you want to talk energy poverty. But thankfully, IRC has taken a risk in developing some natural gas up there, so we may get some relief in the near future. That's not my question. I'm not trying to do a member statement, but it popped in my head when I saw the term energy poverty. I'm like, yeah. You know, I got 10 minutes.
It's all yours to use. All yours. All yours.
I wish we had some clean natural gas somewhere near Nuvik we could access. It's not my question. I apologize. It's late. It's been a long week. I'd like to ask the minister, the 70,000 for the ARI energy projects, is that a sunset clause, or are we just done studying wind in the Nuvik given the magnitude of our last windmill project up there?
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there is still work happening. It's still in the budget. So I'm just trying to see if I have a detail on what the current, I don't have detail in front of me on what the exact programs or projects might be for the coming year, but there is still money in the budget ongoing for academic research related to, well, would be related to the 2030 energy strategy. I can certainly get details. Or sorry, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right alternative. Is it the top line?
Aurora Research Institute.
Oh, there we are. Sorry, Madam Chair, I had the wrong one here. Just give me a moment. Aurora Research Institute. That one is not currently here, but don't know that we're entirely done any of the work under the energy strategy. It's just a question of figuring out what the best usage of the funds would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Nunavut Lake.
Thank you. Sorry if I wasn't clear in my my question, Minister. I apologize. No, it does say that it was to the testing of the wind potential of specific sites of interest to the N.W.T, I guess is what that specific funding, that $70,000 was used for. So I guess my question was, this out of the budget. I didn't know if it was a sunset clause, if it was a grant, or if it was just we're done studying wind in the Nunavut because it's expensive to build windmills up there.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, Madam Chair, that misunderstanding was definitely mine, but I appreciate the kind words. So this is a reduction at this point in this area that there have been quite a number of studies over the last many years at a number of different locations to study wind in particular. Some projects obviously have moved forward, some have come back positively, and others have come back to indicate that there's not a capacity or potential. And so at this stage in time, this one is slated for a reduction. And obviously, if there's opportunities that come up specific to other projects, there continues to be planning dollars in our capital fund in order to look at the potential with either the studies that exist or, again, moving forward with the energy strategy, moving forward with other capital projects, they can properly find themselves within the planning studies and scoping studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Nunavut Lake, Member for Nunavut Lake.
Madam Chair, no further questions on this initiative or activity. Sorry.
You want to do a minute?
Thank you, Nunavut Lake. Member for Yellowknife Center.
No. No. But, you know, hey.
No.
Well, now that I have the mic and I have 9 minutes and 45 seconds. No, Madam Chair, I'm going to pass in all seriousness on this page, and I'll raise it as needed. Thank you.
Yellowknife. Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, quick opening comment. A little bit earlier, the Minister mentioned that she doesn't necessarily believe the solution to reducing our diesel dependency is through bits and pieces. I think there's a larger argument to be had here over, the effectiveness of the big mega projects versus the small projects, and it's not necessarily black or white, certainly, but I think a lot of the work that, for example, Arctic Energy Alliance is doing is, bits and pieces, but it can be incredibly both cost-effective and empowering to people and communities in terms of them being able to take back more control over their own energy supplies. And, even if it's one wood stove at a time, I think it does make a difference. And I would encourage the Minister to, have further conversations with Arctic Energy Alliance and others about really the effectiveness of those programs that they're doing, even the bits and pieces ones. But on that subject, so Arctic Energy Alliance is an arm's length organization. And, we heard earlier from the Minister of ECE when she was talking about the process with Aurora College that, the budget changes were done in consultation with the college, and certainly she was sort of asking them to propose something. Were these budget changes done in consultation with Arctic Energy Alliance? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there was discussion at an operational level with the chair of Arctic Energy Alliance. And Madam Chair, I know this wasn't part of the question per se, but let me just walk back a little bit that in saying that there's, we don't want to do things in bits and pieces. As a government, we want to be strategic. But being strategic does include things like even putting in the single EV charger that has to run on diesel for now still has a value. So I do see that. I don't want it. Wouldn't want there people to think that it's hopeless to go and replace their own wood stove to have a more energy efficient appliance, and in fact find it very frustrating that the federal government wouldn't necessarily share that view. So I certainly don't want to leave with that notion. And the Arctic Energy Alliance does do a lot of very good work. But yeah, there was an understanding that there were some surpluses. So there's areas of surplus, and that was really what was the primary focus of any reductions in this area. I do agree that this is an opportunity with the energy strategy coming out next year renewed to see both small scale, medium and large scale, what are we going to do in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the very popular programs that Arctic Energy Alliance was running or implementing was the Community Government Retrofits Program, which was $190,000 and has been proposed to be eliminated in this budget. Now, the minister earlier mentioned that there is some federal funding that she believes will replace this program or the need for this program. Just to clarify, are we talking about a federal funding program that would be available to all communities across Canada, that any community in the N.W.T would have to compete with all other communities for, or is this a funding pot that's specifically for N.W.T communities that would be carried out through the GNWT or through Arctic Energy Alliance? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for Member Yellowknife North, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I actually purposely didn't try to say the name of the program earlier because I think I'm going to mispronounce it, but let me try. YELLOWKNIFE is the name of the federal initiative. So this has come out even while we're waiting to see if the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund will get renewed or when it will get renewed. Still hopeful on that. But this is what we've been directed to in the interim, because that actually was, again, a significant source of funding that was helping the government of the Northwest Territories to support programs, including the Community Retrofits Fund. So, but while that one hasn't come out yet, this other one has. And my understanding, it's a federal program, not mine, but my understanding is that it's something available to communities, particularly northern and Indigenous communities, and brings together a number of federal departments, so that whether it's under the Indigenous departments, whether it's on community departments, rural, northern, that they've come together, put some funding together, and that is where communities can go. Again, I'll certainly can post it out myself on social media, but it is, again, it's available if folks wanted to try Googling WAHILANTOOS. I'm sure I'm saying it not correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am concerned, I don't know much about this new federal initiative, but it sounds like it's something that would be opened up to northern and Indigenous communities across the entire country, and that there's no guarantee that any of our N.W.T communities would, get funding approved, or, we're just another applicant. And that one of the big advantages in the Community Government Retrofits Program that Arctic Energy Alliance was delivering is they were able to do some project management, project coordination. They were able to do energy audits for community governments, and it was helping community governments make upgrades to their buildings and facilities that could really save them money in the end, and make them more energy efficient, which everyone wants, right? It's an extremely popular program. And so I'm concerned that by losing Arctic Energy Alliance as the hub of that and helping communities make these projects happen, it would, just be one more thing that's lost in the shuffle in the hundreds and hundreds of federal programs and applications and things that are out there. I wonder if the minister can comment on if she sees an advantage in having a specific territorial-run program to provide these kind of community government retrofits over a sort of more widespread federal initiative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, let me just say, first of all, that the loss of the Low Carbon Economy Energy Fund was a significant amount of money. It was significantly more than just what is shown here. I'm inclined to put it at, so it's closer to $5 million in total that we're losing. And I say that in that when we have had a loss of funding in that magnitude, and there's a program dollar that can be accessed through the federal government, yes, I am going to point people to go to the pot that exists elsewhere rather than take from the pot that has now been reduced by $5 million. It's valuable to have energy efficiency and reductions. It's just at the same time, we are struggling to pay for all the things. So if the federal government has put something out while taking a big thing away, I am pointing people back to that program. Would certainly want to know if folks, communities, governments in the Northwest Territories are being denied, because there may be political levers that we can pull to help support them, and be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do understand where the minister is coming from. I would just also point out, though, that, this program had a budget line of $190,000, which is not going to change the world, but it's also not going to break our budget if we stepped in to avoid that the feds are leaving, hopefully temporarily. I would also point out, we're seeing an elimination of the rebate program for electric bicycles, and it's only $10,000. And you could say that, okay, well, it wasn't creating a huge impact because it was only $10,000, but it's also a very small amount of money, and it's been extremely popular, at least in Yellowknife and in my riding. And this, I think, fills a niche where, we have a relatively small municipality where you don't necessarily need to drive everywhere, but if you're pulling loads of things or you're pulling your kid around, it's really hard on a conventional bicycle. But the e-bike sort of fills that gap where for much of the year people actually can manage to get around this manageably sized town without having to get in their car, and it makes life manageable and honestly increases quality of life, and it does make a difference in reducing emissions, especially when transportation is one of our biggest sources of emissions. So I'm going to leave it at that, but it was a small amount of money in the first place, and I think it does have value. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members. Thank you, Yellowknife North. We have no further questions. We'll turn to page 271. Infrastructure, Energy and Strategic Initiatives, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2024-2025 main estimates, $9,158,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to Programs and Services, beginning on page 276, with information on page 279. Are there any questions? No further questions. Please turn to page 277, Infrastructure, Programs and Services, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2024-2025 main estimates, $14,575,000. Does the committee agree? Moving on to Regional Operations, beginning on page 280, with information items on page 282. Are there any questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under the highway operations budget, we've got 108 million for this coming fiscal year. Is any of that budget offset by federal funding? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member of Yellowknife North, Minister of Infrastructure.
I don't believe so, Madam Chair. Let's go with no.
Thank you, Minister. Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And so I believe that we get a significant amount of money from the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, the ISIP program. Is that all capital funding, or does any of that funding, which I believe is about $55.4 million, does that go into operations and maintenance of infrastructure?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Infrastructure.
We're on our own on the operations and maintenance, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance, Infrastructure. Sorry, Member for Yellowknife North. Apologize for that. Sorry there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was just the clarification I needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Any further questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for funsies, I'm going to ask the Minister if she'll consider opening the DMV on Saturdays. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I can certainly consider it, but it's probably not going to happen.
Thank you, Member of Infrastructure. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Got to keep things lively. I also just note that we're up ever so slightly from the previous mains, so I was just hopeful that maybe that was a little bit of extra, human resource dollars being thrown at Saturdays. But if that's not the case, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave, Member of Infrastructure.
Madam Chair, I just want to point out there's an awful lot that can be done online now, and hoping to continue to improve the online services that folks have available to them so that they can do their DMV related work anytime, any day. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. See no further question. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I appreciate that answer, and I think that's fantastic that more licensing opportunities are available online, I do not believe you can get your first N.W.T license online. So until that is the case, I'll keep asking for Saturdays in memory of the previous member for Yellowknife North. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't see a question there, so I'm going to go to Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the climate change and winter roads going in later and closing earlier, is there any significant savings in this department?
Thank you. Member for Mackenzie Delta, Minister of Infrastructure.
Madam Chair, unfortunately not. If anything, it's actually the opposite. It winds up that to get those roads in, even for the shorter season, is also costing more. And then to maintain them through those seasons, through the season with the more volatile weather and greater number of storms, again, is actually also costing more. And in fact, I don't have numbers for actuals for this particular fiscal yet, but it is significantly more. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Okay, how many winter roads do you fund within the Northwest Territories, whether it's just an access across the road or one from Inuvik to right to Clavicle? How many roads do you fund in this category here? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Mackenzie Delta, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to say all of them, but that's not, I realize, a actual number that I can point to. So I'm just trying to see quickly if I can pull that number at my fingertips. If I don't find it and no one else does instantly, we will make sure and provide that to the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure, Member of Mackenzie Delta.
Chair.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Items on pages 283 to 291. Are there any questions? Thank you, members. Please turn now to the departmental summary found on page 257 with information items on pages 258 to 262. Are there any questions? See no further questions. Okay. Summary found on page 257 with information items on page 258 to 262. Are there any questions? See no further questions. Committee, I will now call the departmental summary infrastructure operations expenditures total department 2024-2025 main estimates $307,147,000. Does the committee agree? Member for Inuvik Bootleg.
I believe we are. We aren't deferring activities. We're only going to defer to department.
Yes, this is the department. We're there.
I don't have a motion. Thank you. Madam Chair, I apologize. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the main estimates for the Department of Infrastructure at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair. Of course I have.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Infrastructure Operations Expenditures 2024-2025 main estimates total departmental is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thanks to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we will now move on to the next department. What is the wish of committee? Member for Nunavut, oh, no, just hang on a sec, sorry. Committee, we will now move on to the next department. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 93-20 brackets 1, 2024-2025 main estimates. We will now consider the Department of Finance. Does the Minister of Finance wish to bring witnesses into the House? Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Would the minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with me on my left is Deputy Minister Bill. I can't get through this somehow. Sorry, Madam Chair. Yeah, Deputy Minister Bill McKay, and on my right is Terence Coutre, the Deputy Secretary to the Financial Management Board. Thank you.
Does the committee agree to forego general comments on the Department of Finance? Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with Directorate starting on page 156 with information items on page 159. Are there any questions? No further questions. Please turn to page 157. Back to this one. Starting on, I'm backing up here, starting on page 157 with information items on page 159. Are there any questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you. Well, I'm just
Waiting for the clock.
waiting for the clock. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to look to the Housing Northwest Territories contribution, 76 million this year. Of that contribution, how much of that was spent on capital for new builds or upgrades to existing buildings, maintenance, etc.?
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have an operational level of detail regarding the Housing Corporation's work in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you. If the minister doesn't have the information, there's not much point in me digging further, so I'll defer on that one, I guess, for now. What? I'm just stating the obvious.
Still.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for me.
Wow.
Thank you, member. No further questions there. Member for Great Slave. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to couch this question very much in the fact that I do not want to speak about bargaining. I understand the bargaining process has to go along its merry little way. But I do want to understand for the Public Service Act LP, how far along is that towards completion? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's as far along as it can be in the context of knowing that we certainly would never want to bargain in bad faith in a situation of then changing. You don't change the act when you're in the midst of bargaining. That would not be the appropriate thing to do. So it's as far as it can be in the circumstances, and then whether it can be advanced further, subject to conclusion of the bargaining process. Again, I'll have to just go back and see where that's at specifically. But it's certainly front of mind to me to see that we make some movement on it this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Great Slave.
Well, I note that the Minister and her department has aimed to see this bill passed during the life of the Assembly, and look forward to further updates when bargaining is complete. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see a question there. Okay. Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There on page 157, the contribution to the N.W.T. Power Corporation. Maybe I can ask a little bit more detail on the increase. Is it related to the Paulson Hydro repair? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for the Satu. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, Madam Chair, it's not. This is very much directly related to the fact that there's been significant challenges. I mean, low water being probably top of mind on this one. It's not a capital. It's not related to capital. It's not related to the operations really of the organization. It's it was either that there's and I don't have the numbers top of mind, but there was a significant amount of diesel that was burned over this last while because of low water, and with high fuel costs, we had a pretty unfortunate combination of needing more diesel and high costs of diesel, and that has resulted in a situation where if our government, the N.W.T, doesn't step in and provide this funding, then that gets dispersed onto people's power rates, which obviously at this point in time, there's, I think, little capacity for folks to be paying higher and higher power rates. So this is the government basically stepping in to provide this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for the Satu.
I got nothing further there, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No further questions. Member for Rains Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The evacuation travel support program, it's being sunset, hopefully for good reason, but is the minister confident that everyone who needs help from this fund has been helped, and there are nothing in the queue or things that are going to be harmed or going to not receive support by the sunsetting of these funds? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Range Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the last update of data that I have dates back now to February, so I will have to go back and reconfirm. But as of February, there were already well into almost 5,000 applicants who had received their funding. There was still at that time, which again I acknowledge is several months ago, but there was still at that time about 112 evacuee income disruption applications that were in process or being reviewed, and another 120 or so on the evacuation travel support that were in progress or being reviewed, often the same households or same applicant in these cases. The reasons for review can be anything from someone not having completed the application form or not having provided a document that may have been requested. Sometimes we had instances of people giving the wrong bank numbers, and so funding being not deposited or not able to be deposited. So That was the first part of the question. Second part of the question concerned if there was someone who was still in progress at this point, and I, again, expect those numbers have gone down, then would they be subject to not having money? No, Madam Chair. I'm fairly confident that at this point, if there's only a handful left after the many thousands process, that this could be funded somehow internally, and they would still get the funding if there is in fact someone still has an outstanding claim. Thank you.
Thank you, Finance Minister. Member for Range Lake.
Nothing further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No further questions. Please turn to page 157. Finance Directorate Operations Expenditure Summary 2024-2025. Main estimates $113,351,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to Human Resources, beginning on page 160 with information items on page 162. Are there any questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in the department's business plans on page 97, I'll give the minister and staff to flip to that a moment. One of the, oh gosh, what are we calling them? Actions under the mandate commitment of engaging the public service to identify opportunities to improve efficiency, coordinate processes to support long-term fiscal sustainability is the development and implementation of an employee satisfaction action plan that includes information gathering and policy initiatives. So I can see kind of why that was slotted under there. I guess my question to the minister is, is a more satisfied workforce a more efficient workforce? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm not sort of a technical expert, but I don't think it's going to take technical expertise to say yes. I'm more satisfied, is more efficient, more productive, easier to recruit because people won't want to go and work at a place that reflects those kinds of values. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll see you what the next question is.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member of Great Slave.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And I don't necessarily disagree with the minister on that answer. I'm very keen to see what this action plan will look like once it's developed. I think the minister is quite frank in her assessments, and I certainly am quite frank in what I experienced in the public service since the pandemic, and what I hear from former colleagues across the N.W.T. The morale is not good, and I guess how does the minister envision an action plan that will really truly address morale? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yeah, this is something that I thought a lot about in the last few years. I had a lot of hope that there would be an improvement in morale over the last assembly, and then somewhere between multiple waves of emergency events and lockdowns and evacuations, that became very challenging, and folks became even, I think, more stretched. And we wind up in the last while with employees either unable to do their jobs because they can't go into their workplaces, then publicly getting maligned for that, and then in other cases being asked to do even more, even when they aren't in their normal work environment. So it's and being told they're not doing enough. So it has been a challenging few years. I am alive to that. There's even survey fatigue, although I want to say I'm very grateful people do continue to fill out the surveys. I had asked why we had to do a second employee engagement and satisfaction survey when we had just still not really rolled out a response to the first. The first one was delayed because of COVID. So here we are. There are things that can be done. We did start to do the town halls. I've had already a town hall again since being in this role, this assembly. I want to do more of them. I think the member, in fact, has suggested to me that we should do some in person, and I think that's a great idea. Yeah, there has to be, across the board, a number of things that can happen, but engagement and hearing from folks at the front lines, showing them that when we hear from them that we actually act on what they say. If I were to pick a few things as top choices, those would be them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for the Great Slave.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And, I do appreciate the push and pull that I have had with the Minister of Finance on this prior to my even being an MLA. I do know that she genuinely cares about the public service, and I do want to, remark on that publicly because it's really refreshing to see, honestly. What I would suggest is more initiatives where you're seeking employee input, like the 1,800, 1,900 suggestions I think that you got is a good place to start. And really, having the direction that you're giving filtering down through to line positions that are front lines, that are middle management. It means a lot when people see you and they know that you're genuine, and I hope the minister does do those in-person pieces with staff. Thank you. That's more of a comment.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Any further questions? No further questions. Please turn to page 161. Finance, Human Resources, Operations, Expenditure Summary, 2024-2025. Main estimates, $22,134,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to Management Board Secretariat, beginning on page 163. With information items on page 167. Are there any questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just getting my time back. This is my favorite department, apparently. So, real quick question for the Minister. The item for the Bureau of Statistics, I understand it's static since the last fiscal year, but prior to that there was quite a significant reduction. Can the Minister speak to why that might be? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a temporary increase as a result of the need to do some survey work, and therefore there was some unfunded positions that were being, that was what resulted in that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And kind of continuing along those lines, but on a different line item, the Management Board Secretariat itself is seeing a reduction, and I believe it may be due to a position reduction, but can the Minister please confirm?
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, let me put that to the Deputy Minister, please.
Deputy Minister McKay.
Madam Chair, the decrease is due to, as the member mentioned, sustainability reductions, and that included P3 projects. So there was a person in MBS that was responsible for P3 projects, and that position's been eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not sure of the full complement of folks working for the MBS, but could the Minister or the Deputy Minister please explain how many folks in MBS are working on GRI, please? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister of Finance. ADM Outre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Government Renewal Initiative, we have 3 dedicated positions at the moment, not including the director or the ADM that also work on this file on a part-time basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coutre. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And how many of those 3 positions are fully staffed? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister of Member ADM Coutre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All 3 are staffed.
Thank you, ADM Coutre. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I because, you know, I know the department is familiar with my interest in this area. I'm curious how the evaluatory capacity across the N.W.T will play into how quickly GRI can be fully envisioned. So I believe I asked the Minister of ECE the other day how many folks worked for their pre-unit. I think it's 7, if memory serves. And I believe the pre-unit in ECE is the only dedicated evaluation unit in the N.W.T. And I'm just wondering what the vision for GRI expediency looks like in the Department of Finance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that is correct, that ECE is the only other department that has formal evaluators. I may be in error, but so what we are doing with respect to GRI is where needed in order to maintain the schedule and timeline that we have, is relying on contract dollars and having support from outside in addition to the internal staff that we've already mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And can the Minister please tell me approximately, it doesn't have to be an exact number, but like within the tens or dozens or whatever, how many programs the department wishes to evaluate formally in the life of this Assembly? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me just correct myself that Health and Social Services does also have an evaluation separate and apart, and ECC is starting to look at that. I mean, which really is part of the vision of GRI, is to create that so that as programs have gone through a significant formal evaluation, they can then begin to do that on a more regular basis rather than having to do the large scale the first time. So that's some good news. We're looking at formal, fuller scale evaluations of 2 per each department. I do have a list of what is slated in terms of those priority areas by department. So for Department of Finance, for instance, under procurement shared services, the vendor complaint process is what's slated for us, and then secondarily information security, and happy to provide the full list to committee. The first round, or rather the full round of evaluations, are expected to be completed by winter of 2026, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Great Slave.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I look forward to that list, and that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
No further questions. We are going to, does the committee Finance No further questions. Please turn to page 164. Finance Management Board Secretary Operations Expenditure Summary 2024-2025 main estimates $107,733,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, committee. With this, we will take a 30-minute break. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back, members. Thank you. Moving on to Office of the Chief Information Officer, beginning on page 168 with information item on page 170. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, please turn to page 169. Finance Office of the Chief Information Officer Operations Expenditure Summary 2024-2025 main estimates $23,731,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to the Office of the Comptroller General, beginning on page 171 with information item on page 174. Are there any questions? No questions. Please turn to Yellowknife North. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Territorial Power Subsidy Program, that's $7.15 million for this coming year. This is a subsidy program for residential electricity consumers outside of Yellowknife. Is that a subsidy that's given directly to NTPC, or is it given directly to customers? Can you explain how that power subsidy program works?
For Yellowknife, member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Finance.
I'll get ADM Coutre to answer that, please.
ADM Coutre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The TPSP program is a program that's applied directly to utilities customers' bills. So it's a subsidy that's paid to NTPC, and it subsidizes customers whose electricity rates are higher than Yellowknife. So it's basically brings everybody back to the Yellowknife rate for the first 1,000 kilowatt hours of consumption during summer months, and 700 kilowatt hours during summer months, and 1,000 kilowatt hours during winter months. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ADM Coutre, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so is the subsidy rates for each customer, is that determined in collaboration with the Public Utilities Board, or is it completely separate from the Public Utilities Board role, their role in determining rates?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Finance. ADM.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It doesn't really have much of a relation in determining what the community rates are. This is a N.W.T subsidy that is provided to the benefit of all ratepayers. And so the level of subsidy would differ depending on what community you live in and how different that community rate is relative to the Yellowknife rate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ADM Coutre, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, this is something that I'm interested to look into further, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Any further questions? Please turn to page 172. Oh, sorry. Well, member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at medical travel assistance here. In previous years, it was a lot higher, and we're anticipating a lower number here. I'm hoping that maybe some detail on explanation could be provided. Are we getting better at booking travel than we were? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for the Satu, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, just first, for any members of the public who maybe just want the explanation, just to be clear, this is medical travel for employees. It's an employee benefit, just as other private sector employers might provide the benefits of some nature or another. This is the benefit that is provided to public servants. And we are, let me just say first, there has been a modest increase that's been proposed in the in the department for this line item from the main estimates of 23-24. So in the actual base budget, that has gone up by a couple of million. There was a fairly significant backlog of medical travel after COVID. So in 22-23 and in 23-24, backlog due to surgeries having been canceled, dental not happening, so on and so forth. We are hoping that that number will not be as high as it has been those last couple of years coming out of COVID. And as such, hoping that and expecting, projecting that the number therefore doesn't need to be as high again as the numbers you're seeing, but some additional from what the original base budget was. As far as the actual booking of travel, I mean, again, the process does reside in financial and employee shared services. We do track how quickly things get, how quickly people are able to be serviced. And, you know, again, hoping that that if there are issues, I would be happy to hear about them. I certainly do hear about them, but there are service standards in place and we do track adherence to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My last question is on the entry there for environmental liabilities, and whenever you see the word liabilities, one cringes. Is this a one-time cleanup that happened a couple of years ago, and it's over and done with? There's no repercussions to this environmental liability? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for the Satu, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there was a change in 22-23 as a result of change in accounting standards and the way in which we were then being required under public accounting standards to consider what was an environmental liability and where to account for it. It's not a cash item today per se. It is a projection that when a government asset at some point in its future no longer is in use, that you have to account for what potential costs there might be to remediate that asset. So for historical assets, that's, you know, classic case of asbestos or lead paint, but even more modern assets do continue to have some amount for cleanup that has to be accounted for. That's what this is. And when there was a change in asset retirement obligations, that change is reflected there as to what we now, the change in how we account and what things we have to account for. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for the Satu. Okay. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because I want to get this out to the public, could the minister please elaborate as to why the interest on both long-term debt and short-term interest, we saw quite a large jump from these budgeted dollars in the main estimates from 23-24 to the revised estimates of 2023-24, and although I'm sure the Minister of Finance is possibly happy that the interest rate has dropped slightly lately, I'm curious as to why this is being budgeted for so much lower in the mains. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think this is actually a fairly important series of accounts to look at, or numbers to look at in the main estimates. This is money that is paid on debt. So this is the money that we pay to the banks. This has no asset in the Northwest Territories, no program or service that is being serviced. It is just money that we're paying on the debt. And well, yes, I'm happy that there's been a small reduction in interest rates that had not, in the last couple of years, we had to come back when rates were not dropping as quickly as what was at times being projected. In addition to the fact that then when you wind up taking on additional short-term debt, particularly, for example, over the summer when we wound up in a situation of having to burn through what money we had for relief and recovery and emergencies, you then wind up taking on more short-term debt. That comes at a higher interest rate. So between needing to take on more and the costs of debt being higher, we wound up requiring more. As far as projections for 24-25, again, everyone can read the financial news, and there's been ideas that the interest rate would come down, and so the folks are doing their best estimate of what interest rates will be over the next fiscal year and what the impact of that will be over the next fiscal year, and then building that into the main estimates here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Any further questions? No further questions. Please turn to page 172. Finance, Office of the Comptroller General Operations Expenditure Summary 2024-2025 main estimates, $91,458,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Are there additional information? There are additional information items on page 175 to 180. Are there any questions? Member for Inuvik-Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because I'm new and I'm interested, on the Heritage Fund, the $62 million, who manages this fund?
Thank you. Member for Inuvik-Bootleg, Minister of Finance.
CIBC Wood Gundy manages it on our behalf. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Inuvik-Bootleg.
Is there an investment policy that, I don't know if it would be, if that would come to cabinet, is there an investment policy, and if there is, who sets that up?
Thank you for Member for Inuvik-Bootleg, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a financial management board policy. Don't have it in my main estimates briefing binder, but I can certainly try and pull it up if the member's interested to hear more. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Inuvik-Bootleg.
I am, but you don't necessarily have to pull it up now. It's something I can get from you. Just interested on the policy, whether or not how. I understand if Wood Gundy is managing the fund, then obviously they would manage it based on our policy, and whether that we're looking at how it's tied to the indices, whether or not we look at unethical investments, so on and so forth. I assume that would be in the policy. And yeah, if the minister could commit, I would, if it's a document I could see, I would absolutely love to see the investment policy.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Bootleg. Just a reminder, when we're talking, can you just wait till your light turns on before proceeding? Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and let me also note there's the Heritage Fund Act and Heritage Fund regulations that go with this. So let me put some information together and see if that can provide the kind of clarity that the member is looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Inuvik-Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, no, I appreciate that, to be able to see that, to have a look. Yeah, thank you. No further questions.
Any further questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, under the Technology Service Center chargeback, it details each department's chargeback recoveries to the TSC. Currently estimated at 24-25, just shy of 41 million. So I recognize, part of this is how we pay our hardworking TSC folks, and I'm totally happy that we do. But for the remaining approximately 28 million, that's quite a jump from the last main estimates, and I was wondering if the minister could speak to why it's gone up by just close to 6.3 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the significant areas or significant reasons for change is simply the fact of the growth in the public service. So as there are more public servants who require various items or technological items, that requires almost inevitably more work from the TSC on those items. So that is a significant reason for the growth. Secondary to that, has been some growth in terms of the licensing fees that are also spread across these dollars, and particularly in regards to cybersecurity and the services that we rely on to maintain cybersecurity. That has become a little more expensive, but probably money well spent in that particular regard. Well, it's all money well spent, Madam Chair, but particularly with cybersecurity, I do want to emphasize that there's, again, needing to look at the headlines is easy to see that the importance of having that as a government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I don't disagree with the Minister on the importance of cybersecurity whatsoever. However, I think, if there is a way to find some economies and savings in this line item, I mean, it would mean more money for programs and services delivered to the public. Not that not having technology for our public servants isn't important, but just, I'm hopeful that the department can take a look at that and square that away. Thank you, Madam Chair. More of a comment.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave, Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, the reason I stuck my hand up quickly is that in going through the fiscal sustainability exercise and the feedback that was received from employees, I do want to highlight that this is an area that we also heard feedback from public servants themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Any further questions? Thank you, members. Please turn now to the departmental summary found on page 153, with information items on page 154 to 155. Are there any questions? Seeing no further questions, committee, I will now call the departmental summary finance operations expenditure total department 2024-2025 main estimates 358,407. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm going to go back. Sorry, member for Yellowknife North.
You're so close. Okay, I have a question on the overall active position summary. So when I was looking at records, there was actually a CBC article about the growth in the public service since about 2018. I noticed in particular the Department of Finance in 2018 had about 357 staff, and then it grew to about 490 staff. And now it's sitting at, for this coming year, 563 staff. Can the minister give some explanation of why the Department of Finance has grown from 357 staff in 2018 to 563 now? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can. So one of the earliest amalgamations that is involved here is that of the Human Resources, which was previously out on its own and then joined in the Department of Finance, I think right at around 2018. Information Shared System Services was the next, so that was, which is now the Office of the Chief Information Officer. And now has grown further by bringing TSC's folks from infrastructure over to be all in one umbrella of information shared system services. So information technology, essentially all under one umbrella, but all under the umbrella of finance. Procurement shared services then came in around 2020, 2021, thereabouts. So yeah, there's those incremental numbers because since 2018 there has been these different bits and pieces now put into all the Department of Finance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Yellowknife North.
Okay, Madam Chair, I will leave it there, but the search is just beginning. I would love to have a deeper dive into how the public service has grown so dramatically over the past 5 years, but that will be an investigation for a future time. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Any further questions? Seeing no further questions, committee, I will now call the Departmental Summary Finance Operations Expenditures Total Department 2024-2025 main estimates $358,407,000. Does the committee agree? Member for Inuvik Lake.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the main estimates for the Department of Finance at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good motion.
Is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Finance Operations Expenditures 2024-2025. Main estimates total department is deferred. Members, member for Range Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
What? No,
What?
no.
No?
On progress.
We'll vote it down. Do we have an
Ready to go, Zimmer?
What?
Or just about. There is a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? Members in favor raise hands. All those opposed? Yeah, all those opposed? Motion is defeated. Okay. Members, before we move on to the next minister and department, we will consider the borrowing plan, which can be found on page XX of the table document. The borrowing plan is separate from the estimates, but is required by the Financial Administration Act to be presented with the estimates. Further, the borrowing outlined in the plan will be included in the forthcoming appropriation bill that will be presented to the Assembly. Members, please turn to page XX of the table document, borrowing plan for the government reporting entity and established borrowing limits for the government of the Northwest Territories. Are there any questions? See no further questions, committee will call the page borrowing plan for the government reporting entity and established borrowing limits for the government of the Northwest Territories. Total consolidated borrowing $1,616,110,000. Does the committee agree? Member for Nunavut-Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the borrowing plan for the government reporting entity and establish borrowing limits for the government of the Northwest Territories at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration borrowing plan for the government reporting entity and established borrowing limits for the government of the Northwest Territories. Total consolidated borrowing is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thanks to the witnesses for appearing before us. Surgeon at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, what is the wish of the committee? What is the wish of committee? Member for Nunavut-Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
Oh, we got it right.
Nay.
The motion is in order. The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Hey. Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 93-20 brackets 1, committee report 2-20 brackets 1, bill 2, and would like to report progress with 12 motions carried, that consideration of CR2 is concluded, that bill 2 is ready for third reading. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
So, do I have a seconder? Hay River North. All in favor? Sorry. To the motion. Question been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Close vote. Motion passed. Reports of Committee of the Whole. Reports Committee of the Whole. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Friday, June 7th, 10 a.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral question, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motion 32-20 bracket 1, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Minister Statements 4, 5, 17, and 24, table document 93-20 bracket 1, report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bill 2, orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, June 7th, 2024 at 10 a.m.